Welcome to the first class in 3D modeling. And the reason why I've structured it this way to have 3D modeling at the beginning of this complete beginners series is because simply we need something to work with later. So we might as well learn modeling up front at the beginning so that we can use models later down the course and have an understanding of what modeling is and why it's important. So to get going, I wanted first to describe some concepts about 3D modeling so you can begin to understand how to approach 3D modeling kind of from a theoretical standpoint so that you know what tools to use and how to approach whatever project that you come up with in your imagination and projects down the line and all that kind of a thing. So let's take a look at an example that I've created. All of these scene files that I'm working in are available to you for downloads. So this one might not be that useful because it's pretty basic, but it's going to be made available to you to download so you can follow along or open it up and dissect it and see what is inside. So I'm going to show you an example that I made real quick so we can cover two important concepts: hard versus organic modeling. So when I first describe this, you can probably already guess what it means, especially by looking at these two examples. And let me first quickly cover a couple little tricks that I like to use in Maya viewport so we can look at this a little better. I don't know if it shows up in your video, but the edges of all of these polygons are not super smooth. They're kind of jagged and they're not anti-aliased, as we like to say technically. So there's actually an anti-alias button here that you can turn on for the viewport, and it is this little one right here. If I hover over it, and you can look at the bottom left and it says multi-sample anti-aliasing, and then the tooltip will also pop up. So if we press that, and you can follow along and do this in your viewport, you can see that this is just for us. This doesn't affect the final render or the model itself or anything like that. This is just kind of to make it easier on our eyes as we're using Maya. So I like to turn on anti-aliasing, and I also like to turn on the ambient occlusion, because you can't really see where these lines and gaps intersect on this model very well. So if we turn on ambient occlusion, watch this area right here where there should be lines popping up, but we can't see them because they're all facing the same direction. That's just how Maya is rendering it in the viewport. If we turn on ambient occlusion, which is this little button up here, which is just next to the anti-aliasing, we get ambient occlusion, which basically shows us areas of geometry that are close together and darkens those corners and inset areas. So now we can see that model a little bit better now that we have those two kind of viewport options turned on. So back to the topic at hand, hard versus organic models and modeling. And why is this important? It's important because we need to understand how we're going to approach a project or a model and the tools we're going to use to create it. So let's first talk about what hard versus organic really means. So you can kind of get an idea from these two examples. Hard is kind of straight surfaces. They can be curved as well. You can see there's a cylinder here, so it has a rounded surface on that side. But there's patterns here. It's things, mechanical things, things that are bolted together and made by humans typically are hard surfaces. So imagine a transformer here. And the organic shape on the right, there's no pattern really here. There's a lot of kind of swooping shapes, and it was made clearly not in the same way or with the same tools that the one on the left was made. You can see there's two very different type of models here. And just to kind of drive this point home, it's probably already pretty clear what these two things are, but it's good to just drive it home at this early stage of learning about modeling. So I have a couple pictures here that I wanted to show you. Just take a guess at what this would be, hard or organic models. And you can kind of tell it's an organic kind of shape. There's a lot of branches and fine texture and bark and leaves. And so, of course, this is going to be organic. And the type of tools we'll use to model something like this will be much different than modeling a hard surface, like me wearing the Darth Vader helmet. It has some curved shape to it, but it's a hard surface. There's not fine detail and texture on the surface itself for the most part. It's glossy, it's like a hard plastic. But if we're looking at this and looking at my hand, the hand would be an organic model because it has very unique shapes. There's no pattern or uniformity to it at all. So it depends on what we're looking at in this picture, if it's my hand or the helmet, on what's going to be organic or considered hard surface. And just as another example, here are some more helmets that are all hard surface models. And for a kind of more historical example, you can see there's both in this as well. The kind of statues in the middle, in the foreground, and the inset on these at the front of this building are organic models. They have musculature, they have, flowing robes, and there's horses. But when you look at the building itself, it has very flat surfaces, very smooth. There's no, kind of organic detail unless we look at the top of the columns. We can see the kind of floral patterns that are incorporated there. So this is, again, marrying those two types of models in one example. So this is also a famous sculpture that's in the Vatican. And you can see the robes and all that type of thing would be considered organic, even though, organic, you might think of like nature or something like that. Clothes can be considered organic because they have these kind of flowing, irregular shapes in the folds of the model. And again, lastly, we have both together where this kind of structure on top of the mountain is a hard surface. And then when we look at the rock, we can clearly tell the difference between the pattern and the type of surface that this building is versus the kind of irregular surface of the rock. Okay, so I think we understand what hard versus organic means. And I meant to mess with this little cluster handle to show you also that, this is important to understand for later down the road when we're talking about rigging and animating. If it's a hard surface, we're probably not going to flex from the middle of this object. It's probably going to move all together, and that's going to, affect how we're going to do things later with rigging and animation. Whereas if it's organic, this thing could move all kinds of different ways, and we would need to rig and animate to reflect the type of organism this is, or shape, or model. So it's also important to understand later on what this implies for other aspects. So in this course, now we're going to jump into actually making things now that you have an understanding of how to use Maya's interface and how we're going to approach modeling. We're going to make one hard surface model that we're going to continue to use throughout the course, and then we're going to model an organic character, a skeleton guy that we're going to use to animate later and make a pretty cool animation. So follow along in the next lesson and we'll get to creating stuff now. Thanks for watching. Welcome to this 3D modeling class where we will create a Ghostbuster trap so we can start to learn the 3D modeling tools inside of Maya. Anytime you start modeling something, you want to look at reference. In case you don't know what a Ghostbuster trap is, you can just Google it and find some images. And we're going to use this just as a template, not really as an exact match that we're going to try to get, but just, there's a kind of box here that has different knobs and a handle on it and that kind of a thing. And that's kind of the general kind of direction we're going to try to model this object in so we can start to learn some Maya. So I'm going to switch back to Maya. And anytime you start using Maya, you want to set your project. This is something to remember from here on out. This isn't just some thing that, you want to do sometimes. This is, from day one when I was learning Maya till you work in a big studio, you want to set your project. Big studios have their own way of doing stuff, but a small studio maybe, you want to set your project. If you go to File, we'll go down to Set Project. And the reason this is important is because anytime you have, later down the road, you have textures, say you're doing a cloth simulation and you want to cache that out, or all these other technical things that we'll get into later, we need somewhere for Maya to save all those things to reference into the scene. So in my directory, I've made a Maya folder and I'm going to set that. And it will ask you to create a default workspace. And typically this just means, it's going to save, kind of unimportant stuff like what kind of view did you have open? Was it a perspective or a side view? And, what kind of preferences maybe you had for that workspace. So you can just say create default workspace, and you won't have to do that again. You'll have to do that the first time you set a project. We're also going to go to the project window, the other option here under project. You can see project in gray. We only have two options. We've already done set project. The project is set. So let's go to project window, and we get all of these different folder options here. And if you don't see these names typed out here, you can go to edit, reset settings, and it should fill all of those out for you. And this will create folders, like I mentioned a moment ago, for caches, for images, and mostly we're going to be using for scenes, because when we save a Maya file, if we just hit Command S like you would in a Word document or whatever, just to save the file, it's going to save a .mb or a .ma. And that's M for Maya and A or B, depending on if you save an ASCII or a binary file. But that's not that important right now. Let's just hit accept, and it'll make all these folders. So when we go to file save, let's go file save scene, and because we haven't done it yet, it'll open up this dialog box. And now we have this current project. It knows where our current project is, and we have all those folders that it had listed out. And anytime we're saving a scene, we want to save it in the scenes folder. And you can see that it is under our project that I defined as Maya. And now I can name it whatever I want, and I can choose to be an ASCII or a binary, and it doesn't really matter, to be honest, for our purposes. So I'm going to name that Ghostbuster Trap and hit save. So now we have the project saved, and that way if we need to move the project to another computer, it will have reference a path to the project settings, so it'll know where the textures are or anything else like that. So let's get started and model this Ghostbuster Trap. So let's take a look at this reference, and we basically have a rectangle with a cylinder handle. So let's start with the most basic elements first, and then we'll add detail later. Because anytime you do modeling, whether it's hard or organic, let's start with the simplest shapes first and then add detail later. We don't want to start with the detail on really anything. And that goes, the same is true for animation. Most art, you start with the basics first. So let's create the rectangle and the handle, because those are the biggest, most obvious things. So in Maya, there's a couple different ways we can create things. We have this shelf here, the poly modeling shelf, and there are curves and surfaces here, which, it looks like they have similar things, but these are called NURB surfaces. And these aren't very useful for modeling and animation. They sometimes are used for kind of just to create controls on rigs, to create paths to revolve a shape around, or constrain a camera to a path, or fly a plane down a curve path, something like that. But for our purposes, we're not going to be using NURB surfaces. We're going to be doing poly modeling, where we have vertices, edges, and faces. So let's create the rectangle. We can click this rectangle right here and zoom in by right-clicking and holding down Alt and left-clicking to rotate around, if you remember. We could also create that by doing the polygon primitives, and we could pop this off if we wanted to and create a bunch of these cubes. That's another way to do it. But now that we have this, we can go over to our channel box here, and we can see we have a polycube 1. And we can see it's called pcube 1 here, and it's also called pcube 1 here, and it's highlighted, so we know this is what's highlighted. And I point out these things because, we can translate this thing around different ways, and that's reflected here. But there's also other options. When we pop this down, we can get subdivisions. So if we wanted more subdivisions, we can go to subdivision width, height, and depth, and those will do different kind of dimensions on this, depending on if we need more geometry. But we'll get to that in a minute. Let's first make the basic shape. So I'll go to width, and I'll make this a little longer and a little wider and tall. So now we have something that approximates the size, and I'm going to go ahead and turn on the anti-aliasing and the ambient occlusion to help us visualize this. I'm also going to lift this up, and we can see, depending on the width, height, and depth, if I just change this to 5 and these to 2, then I know the height is 2, that this needs to go up 1 to be sitting right on the floor, right? Because it's measuring from the center. Wherever our manipulator is, that's where it's measuring from. So if it's a height of 2 and this is in the middle, then it's 1 to the floor, right? From where the manipulator is. If we bring this down to the floor, it's going to be at 0. So that's one way to kind of know how it's calculating what these numbers are exactly. So we have that rectangle. Now let's create the handle. We can click the cylinder here and drag this up. You can hit W if you don't have the manipulator selected yet. You can hit E to rotate this over. And to get it exact, we can just type in 90. You can do -90 or 90. For us, it doesn't really matter right now. And we could scale this down, or we could use, similarly, these types of attributes over here. So we could reduce the radius, or we could, just scale it down with the scale tool by hitting R. And let's move this to one side and move it up. And then we can make another cube a couple different ways. We could duplicate this one. We could hit Command D, and now we have another one that we can scale and do all these things to. But you can see when you duplicate, just with the shortcut, you don't have that option anymore, right? We don't have that polycube input that we had here. So sometimes it's nice to just use the basic tools to make sure that we have this history here that later we can go back in and change if we want to. So let's bring this here and scale it down a little bit. And let's talk about some ways to align things. So, if we wanted to get this to be exactly on this edge, it might be kind of hard to use the manipulator, back and forth. There are a couple different things we can do to move things around and be very specific. Of course, we can go up here and type in a number, but we could just be typing all day and we might not get exactly visually what it looks like. So to know that we have snapped to that, we can use the snapping tools. But the snapping tools go based off of where the manipulator is. So for example, if I hold down V on the keyboard, that means vertice. It's going to snap to vertice. And just to show you what the components that we're dealing with, to know what a vertice even is, let me break this down even further. So if we take this square, I'm just going to isolate it with this little button here, isolate select. I right click. Now I can see and change my selection mode to edge, vertex, vertex face, face, or back to object mode, which is what we're currently in. We're in object mode. That's also denoted by this little button up here in the top left. If we want to go to component mode, we can click this button. And again, it'll show that if you hold it down, or if you hover over it rather. And you can see the different kind of components that we can select here. And we can isolate those. So now we're selecting the lines. Or if we go back to this one and deselect the line, we get the vertice. So now we can edit the basic components of all the polygons here. And if we want to do this quickly, we can right click and hold, drag up and go to edge mode now. And now we can adjust the edges. So that just gives you a quick idea of what the components are that make up a polygon. So I just went to object mode to get back in so I can select the whole thing. I could also go up here and click this middle button to go back into object mode. I'm going to unisolate this now so we can go back to our model. So the next thing we need to understand is how to change where the manipulator is. So if I hold down V like I was describing earlier, and I middle mouse drag, if we click and hold on middle mouse, this is going to snap to vertices. You can see it's trying to snap to the corners of the box or the vertices of the cylinder. So, but we don't want the center to snap to it. We want the edge to snap to it. So we're going to need to change where this center pivot is. To do that, we can hold down D. And now we get a different type of manipulator here. And if we hold down V while we're holding down D, we can also snap the pivot to a vertice without the object moving, because we're just changing where the pivot is now. So if I let go of both, now we get the regular manipulator. If this doesn't come back, you can hit W to make sure that pops back to be the manipulator. So now when we move this, the whole thing moves around. Now what we can do is go and hold down V and middle mouse drag and isolate the up value. So we're only going to go up, and you can see it snapped upward. Now we can hold down the X axis and it will snap to the back side. which it seems like it has. So now we don't want this pivot here anymore. How do we get that back? That's not a big deal. We go to Modify, and we go down to Center Pivot. When we click this, now the pivot is back in the center, and we can move the pivot around later again if we want to, but now it's there. Also remember, you can see that the axis here is yellow. So if I was to start middle mouse dragging, it's going to be isolated on this no matter what I do or where I move my mouse, if it's middle mouse dragged. So, you just want to make sure that you understand how it's isolating these axes as you click them. That's one thing that, stumps a lot of people when they're just starting out, like, why can't I move this in a different axis? It's because we, selected that one and now it's thinking we want to isolate that. So this looks very basic right now, but I want to give you a quick introduction into how to create things, manipulate them, snap things around. And in the next lesson, we're going to take this further and start adding details and learn a few more modeling tools inside of Maya. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome to this lesson where we will continue making the Ghostbuster trap and learn a lot of new tools. So now that we have the basic shape done, let's choose a view and a piece of reference to try to add more detail in. So let's go back to our reference and look at a view like this. So I like to move my viewport to get a closer view of what the reference view is like. So it's kind of a 3/4 angle like this. Let's focus on this edge here, where there's a lower level here, and then it goes up, and there's a bevel, and there's a bevel here as well, and then it goes out. So we have this higher kind of rim and a lower area here. And it looks like the back area here is at the same level as this edge here. So let's just focus on that. Anytime you have reference in something that's kind of complicated, you're going to break it down into its components and simplify it and only work on little sections like that at a time. So let's do this kind of edge here. So I'm going to go back in, and if I go into my face mode, right clicking and going down to face, and I select that and move it around, I can't really move this and divide this in different sections. So I need edge loops here. And that's, if we go into edge mode, right clicking and dragging up, I can move individual edges. Well, we need more of those. We need an edge here to get that border. We need 2 edges here so that we can divide this section in half and it kind of have an angle between it. So let's add more edges. So to do that, we need to go to Mesh Tools, Insert Edge Loop. And what I like to do is to add tools that I'm going to use a lot to my custom shelf. So let's move over to our custom shelf and go down to the Mesh Tools and hold down Command and Shift, and then click Insert Edge Loop and watch your custom shelf. Boom. We get a new tool here so that now we don't have to keep going back to this menu. And if you do this by accident in the future, or you just want to delete it, you can right click and go to delete. So let's click that. And if we click and drag this, we can kind of make these 2 kind of areas where we're going to have the lower section and the upper section, and we have this angle here. So we need to have 2 edge loops, one here and one there, so that we can make this division. It doesn't really matter where they are exactly. We can move that around later, but let's just get them in there now. So now we have those 2 edge loops, and the other thing that we're going to need to add are the edge loops of the border here. So let's go back to our Insert Edge Loop tool. You can also, I'm going to hit Q to get off of it, to just go to the Select tool. And I'll go to object mode and select the object. You can see the last selected tool down here. So if I also hold down, I'm still selected on it. So let's go to the move tool. So now it's deselected. I can go back to the last one by selecting it here, or I can hit G is the shortcut to get back to that. So it'll do the same thing. So let's go to the move tool, and I'm going to hit G on the keyboard, and it'll go to the last used tool, which is the Insert Edge Loop tool. So if we want to have this to be even on both sides, you can kind of try to eyeball it a little bit. And that might be, good for our purposes, but we're all about learning new stuff. So let's get more precise. Let's go to the tool settings here, which is next to this button. It'll pop up the tool settings panel, and depending on the tool that we have selected, it'll give us different options. If I change the tool here, you can see this menu will change every time I have a new tool. So with the Insert Edge Loop tool selected, which I can get to there, or I can hit G. There's a bunch of different ways, which is kind of the theme of Maya. There's a lot of different ways to do the same thing. So it's just whatever you're more comfortable with or is quicker to work with for you. So now that we have this, let's go to the multiple edge loops option. And I've set it to 6, and let's go to 6. And if I click here and I drag, it won't matter because we're doing a equal distance from each other. So when I let go, you can see now we for sure have the same distance from the outside edge for these new edges that I made. But what if we don't want these interior edges? If I go to edge by right-clicking and dragging, and keep in mind, you do need to have your cursor over the object that you want to change to. If I was to do this up here and go to edge, it'll change to this object, and we don't want that. We want that object to stay in object mode. So let's click this and go to edge mode. And if I select this now, it's just going to select that one little section. But if I double click the edge, it'll select the whole edge loop if it goes all the way around. If it doesn't go all the way around, it won't select the whole thing. But okay, so if I hit delete now, because I don't want that, now you can see it still has a division here, right? There's got to be a vertice here. Look, there's a vertice there. We don't want that vertice. So I could go through and delete each of those vertices like this, but they're on all the corners, and it's kind of stupid to have to do that. So let's undo this and get that edge loop back. And I'll show you the right way to do it. So we'll go to edge loop. We will double click each edge and hold shift to select more than one edge. And now I'll hold down shift and right click and go to delete edge. And this is how you delete edges from now and forevermore. Okay, so use this because it'll get the vertices as well. So now this is one solid edge. It's not still divided up in a weird way. Cool. So the next problem we need to deal with is the fact that these kind of faces here should be at the same level, right? They should be down here somewhere. And not just those, but these here, right? Because we noticed in the reference, this kind of back area looks like it's at the same level. It goes across this. You know, you can kind of see this little edge here, or, you know, even this is a better view. Look at this kind of back edge. It's flat here, and then it looks like it lines up to this flat edge. So it's more like this is an extrusion than anything else. And, you know, there's a bunch of different ways you could go about doing this. We could actually just select these two and extrude those up, which is probably the easiest thing to do. So let's go ahead and do that. Conversely, you could extrude everything else down, like I had selected earlier. And the other fun thing you can notice about Maya, as I'm undoing, it's reloading in the last selections. So it includes that in its undo history, which is kind of nice. So we could extrude these down, or we could just extrude these two sections up. Let's go this method because it's the less amount of things that we have to do, which is always good in 3D. So let's extrude these up. So to extrude, it's another tool like we did the insert edge loop tool, but this one is in the edit mesh option here. And I'm going to command shift it because I'm going to use this more than once probably. And to that point, there's a ton of options in here to do stuff. And this is why I like adding things to my own custom shelf, because I'm not going to use most of this stuff, right? We're not even probably going to cover, you know, half of this stuff because you just don't use it that much. So I like to create my own shelf of the tools I use the most, so I don't have to keep hunting through all these things up here. So I'm going to click the extrude tool, and I'm also going to turn off this kind of tool settings here so we get more view area space here. And so now we have this little window, and that gives us options for our extrusion. You can also see those options here in the inputs. Kind of similarly when we were, you know, changing the size of our original cube, we had that input down here, the polycube input, and it's still there, right? 5, 2, 2. Those are the things we changed in the previous lesson. And so it keeps all these inputs. You know, when we added those split edges, what they call split ring, I don't know why they changed the type of language they're using. Instead of saying insert edge loop, you know, for the tool, and now here they call it a split ring. So this is the history of what we've done on the object. You know, you can see we added edges to this, and then we deleted some, and now we've extruded it. So it keeps the history of the object. There's also what we'll do at the end is delete all the history, so it's a lot cleaner when we're done with the model. So let's, you know, there's multiple ways to use this. We can just click and drag this. We could also, you can see it changes the local Z translate. We can also click and drag this. You can see it also changes here. We could also change the thickness, is pretty similar to the local Z translate, that is, does kind of the same thing. And if you're having trouble clicking, and also, remember, if you're doing something like this, you can click and drag on it here. You can also middle mouse drag it out here. And if it's going too fast, it's probably because of this little pie chart thing. And you can change the speed at which it moves. So this is the slowest one. And if I needed to go faster, I can click that a few times and it goes up. And we don't need it in this little window. It's actually also changing the one over here. You can see that if I change this one, or if I change that one, it'll update the other. So you can get it to it in two different places. And this is going to be super, super handy. Animating, modeling, this is a very useful tool to get more precise. So let's, make the thickness something like that. Now the problem we've encountered is we have this kind of stair step look instead of a kind of straight edge, the kind of diagonal that we're going for. If we look at the reference, let's get a better picture. Okay, now that we have a better picture, we can see that this is a slope. It's not a stair step. So how do we resolve that? Let's go about it and learn another new tool. So let's go to the face and let's just delete these faces. And also be careful you're not selecting faces through it. This can be a common thing. You can see if I drag my mouse over here, I'm actually selecting things on the bottom side. And to double check that, you can also just go into wireframe mode. Let's hit 4 on our keyboard, and now we're in wireframe. So you can kind of see through the object and make sure you're not selecting something on the opposite side. So let's delete that. And let's go back into the shaded mode and hit 5. You can also get to these modes up here by toggling through them. This is a texture mode. We don't have texture, so that one doesn't matter. So now we have these holes that we need to fill. We'll go to Mesh Tools and go to Append to Polygon. And I'm going to Command Shift, add that to my custom shelf, select it, and now you can see there's kind of these highlighted borders. I don't know if that's super obvious in your view, but this is a thinner kind of green and this is a thicker green. So that's telling us where we can select. And if we hold our tool out in the viewport, or if we look down here in the bottom left, it'll say Append to Polygon tool, activate the object, then click on the first border edge to append on. So let's select one of these edges and then just select the other. And now we have this kind of bridge that we made. And let's hit enter and do the same for this other side. And remember, if we hit G, we can pull up the last use tool and we can do the same thing and make a little bridge here. And let's hit G again and do the same for these holes. And you can see that we just have to do that for 2 edges and it'll fill in the third edge. And let's hit G again. Whoops. I selected the wrong thing. So I just hit backspace and hit G again. Whoops. See, and it's trying to go to another, who knows why it's trying to go out there, but I didn't pick up, I'm trying to hit that edge. So one thing I like to do is go to a view where there's kind of nothing behind this thing, right? So this is pretty much the only thing I can select if you're having trouble with it. And hit enter. And it looks like it didn't undo that goofy thing that it did. So I'm gonna undo that, hit G, select the object, select the edge, and there we go. The other thing to keep in mind, let me just hit backspace to undo that. These purple things are arrows, so it's telling you the edge direction. So if I select an edge, you can see the arrows are pointing in a certain direction. They're going in this direction. They're huge, so it's kind of hard to see. But I think that's, if I chose this one, it might still do it. But if you have a problem where you have more than 2 or 3 edges, look at those purple arrows and see which direction it's going in if you're having trouble making that work. So now we have this type of slant to our object. How cool is that? And we have this back area is at the same level as those. So in this lesson, we learned the insert edge loop tool, the poly extrude tool, the append to polygon tool. We learned 3 new tools. We learned a lot, and those are tools you're going to use over and over again. So in the next lesson, we're going to continue to refine this. We're going to bevel some edges and keep adding more detail. Thanks for watching. Welcome to the next lesson where we will continue adding detail to the Ghostbuster trap. And in this lesson, we're going to add some bevels and add this kind of front panel here. So we'll add more geometry to it and details. Let's focus on this bevel for right now. So it looks like this is a pretty rounded edge, but that this edge maybe isn't as rounded as that one, but it is rounded there. And this one is maybe a little sharper. So this could be because this is a homemade thing and it's not exactly, exact machined as it would be if it were a real thing. So depending on if you want to divide these bevels up, you can do that and do them separately. I say we just do them all together so that it's a little quicker, and you can add more detail or do the bevel separately if you want at a later time. The one thing I want to do before I do that as well is to finish out this kind of bottom section. You can see that this goes down to a kind of footprint that doesn't just go straight down to the floor. So there's this kind of inset area that we can do with the poly extrude tool and adding some edge loops and things that we've learned. So let's go to the insert edge loop tool, and I'm going to go to the tool settings over here to make sure that we're back on relative distance. And I'm just going to choose one kind of area here and use that. And then I'm going to go to the face mode and select all the faces. Whoops, I'm still on the insert edge loop tool, and I'm going to turn off the tool settings now. So let's go to the face mode. We'll choose Q or W, whichever, to select the faces, and I'll hit 4 to make sure those are all the ones selected. Go back to 5, and now I will choose the poly extrude tool, and I'll just pull in the thickness a little bit. Whoop. You can see we have keep faces together off, so let's turn that on, and as this goes in, it'll all go together. The only thing with this is it's also going up. So that's the only issue there, is the fact that this is going up. If we go to the front view, holding down spacebar, clicking and dragging from the middle, you can see it's going up. So we can offset that later. Let's just bring the thickness in. So it's not just the same. So that looks about right. It looks like it goes in and maybe there's another layer here. So let's deal with that. Let's go to the front view, and I'm going to go to the vertice mode, and I'm just going to select all the bottom vertices. I'll click W, and then I'm going to hit X now. I'm going to hold down X on my keyboard, and that will snap to the grid because I want this on the floor, so it'll snap to the grid. Now let's add another edge loop so that we can kind of get this bottom section out and do the same thing we just did. Let's go to face mode, select all the faces. Whoops, again, I'm still in the edge loop mode, so I'll hit Q to get off of that. Select all of the faces, go to the extrude, and let's just extrude this out. Oh, and we want to keep faces together on, as we did before. Let's have that somewhere in between kind of the front and insert edge here. Now I'll go back to the vertices, select them, and hold down X to drag them up to the floor again. So now we've created, whoops, now we've created this kind of inset kind of footprint here. And I want to do that before we do the bevel so that we can bevel all of these together. Let's go back to this. It looks like this is fairly rounded at the bottom. So let's select the edges we want to bevel and start beveling. We'll go to the edge mode. I'll select this edge and that edge, this edge and that edge. So we're just going through and holding down Shift to select more than one edge. And let's see what we're going to do down here. Let's do these corners later because it won't be as similar to these, or kind of the same distance of an edge loop. So let's just do these top ones. So let's go to Edit Mesh, Bevel. I'm going to Command Shift click it to add it to our shelf. And now we can see it's starting to bevel the edges. Now, this one doesn't have a tool that pops up. So we can go over here to the Poly Bevel input and it'll pop it up for us here. So we can change the fraction, which is how far it is. We can change the segments, which we will need many more. And if you can see I'm clicking and dragging, not a lot's happening. It's because the pie chart here is too slow. So let's speed that up so that I can add more sections here. Cool. So we've rounded those two out. And the thing I want to do actually is to move these closer together. So I'm going to go to the edge. I'm going to double click this. You can see because now this is a triangle. So in Maya, it only likes quads. Everything in this model so far is a quad, meaning 4 sides, except for this. So when I double click it, that's why it doesn't select this edge loop, because it stops here on this triangle. So just be aware that Maya does not like triangles in that regard. So now that I have this selected, I just want to move this a little bit closer. So it's a more of an extreme angle, and select these edges again. Cool. Let's hit the poly bevel, and we'll click on the input over here, and let's hit T to bring up the menu. And let's add more segments to this. And that's looking pretty good. So if we go back to this, we can see also along this edge, it's not perfectly flat. So we could actually add more bevel to these edges as well. So let's go to the edge tool, and we'll double click this. And let's select all the edges, the kind of outward facing edges here of the object. So I'm just holding down Shift and selecting them. And I'm going to do these bottom ones later. So let's deselect those. Cool. So I'll Shift select this edge. Deselect by, I'm holding down Control to deselect things. Sorry, I didn't mention that. So double click that and go in here. Select these. Control click, drag, deselect that. And let's bevel these edges as well. So we'll go back to the bevel tool, and that looks a lot better. Let's hit T to pull up the tool, and we can change this fraction if we want. Let's add maybe one more segment in there. And so the fraction will stop based on how much room it has. You can see it's running into this edge here. So it can't go any further than that. And I think that's okay for us, but just know that in your case, if you wanted to go further, it can't go further than that edge. So you'd have to move this edge before you beveled so it could go further than that. So now we have a much nicer edge here. If you look at these, because we didn't bevel this one looks very CG, very exact and hard. And this one is just a tiny bit softer, and it adds a lot to the model. Okay, so the other thing that we run into here are a normals situation. Normals are how Maya knows what direction a face is facing. So if we go to display and we go down to polygons, we can turn on face normals. I'm just going to pop this out because I'm going to turn them off here and again in a second. So let's click face normals. And now you can see we get all these green little arrows. So that tells you which direction the faces are pointing. And for the most part, they're all pointing in the right way. But I bring all of this up because it will affect how Maya views and shades the object in this kind of almost fake like shaded mode that you can see in the viewport. So I bring this up because I'll turn that off just by clicking face normals again. Close this. You can see this is kind of shaded in a weird way. If you click off of here, it's kind of, you know, there's this gray area here. It's white. It's like, what's happening here? This looks weird. So there's a couple of different things we can do. And first off, we can clean up the geometry a little bit if we wanted. You can see here we have an issue that this has a face. So I'm hitting F to zoom in on it and then zooming out. You know, this has a face. It's not connecting here. It should connect here. So there's no edge here. So it's like it's trying to drag this face over this thing without an edge. And so that's why this one is shaded weird. You can see it has like a dark area in the top here. And then it's lighter here, but this one doesn't look the same way, so we get this hard edge. So if we go to the multi-cut tool, let's go to the mesh tools, and we'll go down to multi-cut, and we'll command shift that, add it to our shelf. If I click that, I can select a vertice and select another one, and it'll cut this in half if I hit enter. So now we have room for that to describe what's actually happening. If I select off of here, you can see it's still shaded in a weird way, and we can fix that in a second. But before we do that, we need to add the geometry in here so it knows how to describe that area. So we go to the multi-cut tool. Let's do that to this side as well and hit enter. Now, if I go to mesh display, and let me zoom in here so we can see this change. If I go to mesh display and hit average, you can see it changes the whole model. If I go to mesh display conform or set to face, I think is what we want. Now it looks right. So that's just one way to fix that. Now that we've set the normals to be to the face, we can see that we're kind of getting these hard edges here on the curved areas. Whoa, my computer thinks I'm right clicking when I'm not. We get these hard edges here. You can kind of see this gradient from dark to bright here and these stepped kind of colors. And to get rid of that, let's select the object and go to soften, harden edges. And when we do that, it will soften and harden the right edges in the right areas. So now we do not have those weird kind of colored areas here that we were getting before. So that's a way to get around that and to get these smooth areas to look smoother. So we've done quite a bit in this lesson with beveling edges. So I'm going to go ahead and end this one here. And in the next lesson, we'll start to add this detail of this panel to the object. Thanks for watching. In this lesson, we'll continue to create detail on this Ghostbuster trap. So in the previous one, we did some beveling of the edges. Let's finish that up. But first, I noticed that at some point, my model got uncentered. You can see that it's not totally centered up here. So all I need to do that happens is hold down spacebar, click in the middle here, go to my right view, and I can see that it is not lined up with the handle. So I can just hold down X, and with the move tool selected, I can just snap it to the middle. So now that I can tell that it is centered up with everything and we're ready to continue. So if anything like that happens, it's no big deal, just figure it out and snap it back to the center. You can, change the pivot if you need to, all that kind of stuff. So don't feel like you're always stuck or, you can't, change something or whatever. It's, it's just a matter of getting comfortable with these tools and starting to use them. So one thing I want to do is add this type of a bevel here to more areas quickly. So it looks like maybe that's what I did. I middle mouse dragged this while I had the manipulator tool selected. Is probably how it got off centered. So just be careful about that, and you can always fix that. So let's select the edges here, right clicking, going up to edge, and we will go through and shift select the edges that we would like to bevel. And double clicking, it looks like I accidentally didn't have shift held down, so I'll hold down shift and just double clicking these in these corners. I'm going to do the bottom corner separate because I want those to have a different kind of bevel. And let's do this one as well, and this one. And these might not be super clean because we're doing them separate from the sides. Ideally we do these together because their intersection might be kind of dirty. So we'll see if that works at all. If it doesn't, we can just skip that, and you can undo the bevel from earlier and get back to that. So now that we have that selected, we can go to bevel, and yeah, you can see on these corners, if we don't do these together, then they're kind of wonky a little bit. We can always fix that if we need to. And it looks like I missed one edge here as well. So let's go back to bevel, and then let's go to the poly bevel input here that we created. We can hit T to bring up the options here if we'd like, and resize this to make it more clear. And let's go to a higher fraction here and add at least one segment. And let's go to object mode so we can see that and deselect it. Looks like it did a pretty good job. The only thing we need to fix down here is this kind of intersection. So if, you happen to do these bevels separately and there's some wonky thing like this, this is modeling. This is, creating things on the fly, making different decisions, and then fixing things when they're not working. So what we can do is just add a little multi-cut tool here, and we can add that edge in. We can do that to the bottom here as well, and hit enter. And if I go to the vertice mode here, and I zoom in here, just so I can hit F to have something to focus in on. We're so close to it that it's kind of hard to see. Let's go to the edge mode, and let's just delete these edges that we don't need. Actually, we need these in the center, so I'm control clicking and dragging those. So now I'm going to go shift, right click, delete edge, and now we have that. So let's go to the vertex mode and just drag this up. And if we want to make it precise, we can go to a camera view that's orthographic so we can see it in line with everything else. And we can just drag it up so it's in line with this line here. We could also vertex snap it, holding down V, and now we know it's in line. We can see the ones down here also need to be fixed. I'm going to leave that for now and let you fix that if you'd like, but that's how you fix, intersections like that. It looks like that one needs to be fixed as well. So I'm just holding down spacebar and clicking in the center to get to the right camera and holding down V to drag that to the right spot. And then going back to perspective with the holding down spacebar, dragging, clicking and dragging. So that's how we fix intersections like that when something like that occurs. And again, that's just part of modeling, being flexible, because, say you had a supervisor and now they want to add more bevels and you've already done all this beveling, things don't happen perfectly from one step to another. So you need to be able to adapt and know the tools well enough to adjust the model as needed. And again, I'm just going to leave that one now for time's sake. It looks like we need to do that on every corner, but for time's sake, let's just leave that. And let's look at these edges here. I want to just select the corner pieces, and I want it to go all the way to the edge there on the inside. So let's control click deselect areas that we don't need and double check that we have everything selected. And let's get this side as well. Just double clicking and then control clicking it to deselect. Whoops. Looks like I zoomed out in the wrong spot. So one thing I just did, sorry, it's a habit. I'm used to using these tools, so I'll have to slow down here. I'm not entirely sure what just happened. The view just went away. So the first thing I did was hit the bracket button on the keyboard. And so that'll just go back to your previous camera view. And so we can toggle between wherever the camera went. I'm not entirely sure. I might have hit A, which is frame everything. And, who knows why it went that way. This is just part of working in 3D sometimes. But yeah, just hit bracket and you can get back to the previous camera view if you're ever, missed where you went or something like that. Things go haywire sometimes. And yeah, if you know the tools well enough, it's not that big a deal to just get back to where you were. Okay, so we have those done. So I did those separately because I'm going to go back to polybevel here, hit T. We could also do it from this menu, but it just looks better to me to use this one, floating one. Let's increase the fraction. And I did this separately because I wanted to do these separately. And it looks like we're going to be prohibited by this interior piece here. So it's getting stuck right here. I can't go any wider than that. So let's undo this. And we have this selection. And instead of remaking this selection, let's create a quick select set. So that's just a way that we can get that selection back without having to redo that all over again. So we'll go to create, we'll go down to sets and quick select set. And we'll just say bevel edges. We don't even have to name this because we'll probably just delete it here in a minute. And we'll say, okay. So now we can unselect it and we can save that selection for later. So let's delete these kind of edges here so that we can have a greater range in the bevel. And again, this may seem like tedious work, but this is just modeling. This is part of modeling. If you want to get into modeling, whoa, what's happening here? If you want to get into modeling, this is just part of modeling to, like I was saying a minute ago, to kind of run into problems and then solve them. So we have all those selected. So I'll hit Shift, hold down Shift and right click, get to delete edge. So now when we go to the bevel edges, let's just go to quick select sets, bevel edges. Now we have that selection. So we learned something in that process of problem solving. So now that we have that, we can go back to the bevel tool. And when we pull out the fraction here, we should be able to go a lot further. Oh, no, we're stuck by those. So I think what we have to do here is, because we're still stuck by these interior pieces, we're going to have to create, we're going to have to deselect this line here. So let's just undo this and control drag that. So again, anytime I'm modeling something, in my head I have an idea of how it should work, but it's not entirely certain that's going to be the case. So let's go to poly bevel. Now here we go. So let's zoom in and let's see if we can increase the segments here. And let's go to object mode and see how that looks. It's looking pretty good. So one thing you might notice is this kind of line here, and I think that's because we don't have the geometry here to support this area. So one thing we can do is go to the multi-cut tool and click here and go to the edge that's missing and do the same for this side. And now when we go to the object mode and click off, it's still there, maybe not as bad. So now we have the corners beveled here. Let's move on to creating the panel on the right side. So let's go and create a new object. We'll go to poly modeling shelf, create a cube, and bring it up. Most things that ever start to get modeled in Maya start with a cube or a sphere, something simple, and then you add complexity to it later. So I'm just using the scale tool to change the size and get it roughly in the right spot. So we can just we can do the same thing that we did before. Let's hold down D and V and vertex snap it to the edge, to its farthest edge, and then go back to the manipulator mode and then hold down V with just the normal move tool, and it'll snap right to that face. And so now also when we scale it, it should scale from that face. So we don't have to worry about like going inside of the trap itself. And this is important to do, to have a separate piece, because when we add materials later, we want to have a different object. You can see over here, it's called P cube 3, and we can start naming these things if we want to clean this up. But basically this is a separate object. We can see it in the outliner, so we know it's a separate object. So it can have a different material, because if we look at the reference, this is a kind of aluminum metal, and this is like a painted black or something. So it's good to have those separated out. Okay, so let's go to the edges here. Let's right click, go to edge mode. I'll just select everything and bevel everything together. And if we go back, I can click it here, but I like to go back to the custom shelf, so it keeps everything a little organized. And go to poly bevel, and let's just increase the segments to 2. And right click to go to object mode, and clicking and dragging, of course, to the object mode option here, and letting go. So now we have that. Let's look at creating the screws here. we have these kind of semicircular ends that go in. And then this looks like a cylinder type of a screw. So let's create this and show you one other tool called a Boolean. So let's go to the polymodeling shelf, create a sphere, and let's just group all of this. And so I'm shift selecting everything in the outliner and hitting Command G, and that will group everything. We can call this trap or GB trap and hit enter. And now I can, with that selected, I can hit Command H, or sorry, I can hit Control H, and that'll hide it. So now I can focus on what I'm working on here. You can see it kind of graded out here, so we know it's hidden. And to get that back, we can just hit Shift H. Okay, so with P-Sphere, let's create its screw kind of inset here. So let's scale this down, hitting R, scale it down. And I want to select all the faces on the outside here. So I'm going to click and drag and select all those faces. Then I'm going to go to the custom shelf and go to extrude. And with keep faces together off, I'm going to increase the thickness. And I'm going to hit the little pie chart here to make that go slower. And I can actually look at this from a top-down view, holding down space, clicking, and going to top view. And I can see how far out I want this to actually affect the screw head here. So something like that, I think. Now I'm going to go back to perspective and right-click to object mode. Hit the R for scale and scale up in the Y here. Drag this down, and we want this to go in as far as we think we need the screw to go. So maybe pretty far, something like that. We can go to wireframe mode by hitting 4, and we can see it doesn't go all the way to half. So, you know, because this is sticking out at least half and it's more pancake shape, we could actually just go ahead and do that with the sphere. Let's go into the right view, and let's go to face mode, right clicking on the sphere and going to face. And also, if that ever happens where you accidentally go into UV mode and now you're in a whole new menu, you can just hover back over the one you were in, the little gray dot here, and it'll go back to that menu. Or you can just let go of right click while you don't have anything selected, and it'll get you back to this. So let's go to the faces, click and drag all the faces below the half here. We can see this is kind of our ground plane or 0. So we can hit just delete on that. For faces, you don't have to do anything special. You can just delete them with the delete button on the keyboard. So let's go back to object mode, and then we can scale this down, hitting R, scale this down to be more pancake shaped. Now we can move this down to be something like this. We don't want to go all the way through, so we want to leave a little gap here at the bottom. So let's go back to perspective, holding down spacebar, and then let's hit 5 to go back to shaded. And with the sphere selected here, and then this one selected, we can go to Mesh, Boolean. And Booleans are basically a way to subtract or add one object to another. So now that we have that done, we want a difference. So let's click that, and boom, we have a difference, and we have our screw. So that's super helpful. You don't have to model every little corner, and it's like, you know, with these edges on a sphere, how do you actually even get that? So it's nice to have a Boolean every once in a while. They can be kind of wonky, and you do have to select things in the correct order. So if I didn't do it in that order, if I selected, let me hit Q to get back to my tool, and sometimes my Maya has a little buggy thing where I need to shake the viewport a little bit or use the viewport, and it'll let me start to use tools again. So you might run into similar bugs when you're using it. So I'll shift select it in a different way. Now you can see it does the reverse. So you want to make sure you're selecting it in the proper order and that you're using the right Boolean. And that's why I tore off the menu here, because it's nice to have it in case you screw up to, you know, just go ahead and use it again and again. So we can close that out. We have this made, and now let's bring our trap back. And also, now that we're looking at the outliner, you can see it creates all this history when you do a Boolean. You know, if we look at the input over here, we deleted the faces, so it says delete component. We extruded it's combining the inputs from the two pieces, and then you have this Boolean. So it gets really messy, and then it creates these empty shapes. And those are quite useless and can actually be harmful in the future. So when you do a Boolean and you've done it and it's, you're done using it, it's good to go ahead and clean up that piece of geometry and delete the history. So go to Edit, Delete by Type, and History. You want to make sure you do not do Delete All by Type. When it says Delete All, it means everything in your scene, not just what you have selected. So this is a very important distinction right now. These are not the same thing, okay? Delete by Type is what you have selected. Delete All by Type is everything in your scene. We just want to do what we have selected. So we're going to go to Delete by Type and go to History. Now you can see all those inputs are gone and all those empty groups over here are gone. So it's much cleaner to do once you do a Boolean like that. So let's click this and hit Shift-H to bring it back, unhide it, and click the sphere here. And let's bring it over and rotate it 90 degrees by clicking that, typing it in the channel box. And let's vertex snap the pivot, holding down D and V to the bottom here. So then we can vertex snap, holding down V to the front face of the object. So now we can slide it around knowing it's on the front. And because we have ambient occlusion on up here, we can see it kind of has this shadow effect around it. So we know kind of where it is in space a little better. I'm also just going to save real quickly because it's doing crazy things. Anytime Maya's doing crazy things, it's good to save. And of course, you can follow along with all these lessons in the according numbered scene. So we're in number 4 right now, so you can pick up where we left off there and use the same model in the same scene. So I'm just going to bring that up here somewhere and scale it down. And that works pretty good for me. So now we've started to add this panel, and we can add a couple more details, like these cylinders are something super easy to do. Let's just create a cylinder, bring it over, rotate it down 90 degrees. So I like to do it here first, so it tells me which axes I'm doing it over here. So then I know which one I need to type it into up there. The other thing I want to do is add more subdivisions to the caps. So I'm going to untoggle down the input here for the cylinder and go to subdivision caps and just say, let's just say 3 for fun. And the reason I'll show you here in a second, because we need to adjust the model a little bit. I'm going to drag this out, scale it down, move it over, move it up, do all this fun stuff that you know how to do now. And let's just scale it down and then drag it out. Let's see how they're kind of far apart and maybe a little thicker. One really interesting thing is isolating where you're scaling from. This is something I use all the time, and I didn't know years and later until I was using Maya. So into using Maya, I didn't know this. So say I want to scale the radius of this thing. I could do this, and then I could do this, and I could do this, and do this, and I'm not entirely sure if it's keeping the right circle shape. So, if I don't want to scale in this direction, but I want to scale in the other 2 directions, all I have to do is hit Control and click and use that. And now it's isolating those other 2 ones. You can see those, the red and blue things are going up and down, but the one I'm clicking on isn't. This is a huge, helpful little tip that took me a couple years to figure out, and now you know it in the first hour of learning Maya. So this is the benefit of taking these kinds of classes. You can learn what took me quite some time to learn. So the next thing I want to do is go into edge mode, and the reason why we added these caps is I'm just shift and double clicking them to get the edge loops. Is if you look here, you can see it kind of has this bevel. We could actually bevel it if we wanted to, but let's just have a little more control over it in our own way and scale these 2 edge loops in a little bit. And it does pretty much the same thing. So now we've added that detail ourselves, and we could even go further and bevel these 2 edges. Now that we've done the kind of larger move, why don't we just select these, shift clicking, double clicking, And then if we go to bevel, I don't want it to look super rounded out, so I'm going to reduce the fraction quite a bit. And right click and go to object mode so I can kind of see it. It looks a lot better. And I'm going to duplicate this by hitting Command D on the keyboard, going to the manipulator tool by hitting W, and just drag another one down. And now we have those two red things that are, who knows what they are, on the side of this Ghostbuster trap. So you can also see we have another screw down here in the bottom right. So let's just duplicate this, Command D, and we'll just drag this down and over here. And now we have that. So the next thing we're going to do is create the knob here that's in the center piece. And you can see that it has these kind of ribs around that is going to create a, we're going to need a special type of technique to model that in, a repeating pattern over a kind of curved surface. And so in the next lesson, we'll cover that and add more detail to this. Thanks for watching, and I hope you learned quite a bit in this lesson. All right, see you then. Okay, welcome to this lesson where we will create the knob that we see here in the reference. And I want to make this its own lesson because it's going to use a very unique technique. And between the previous lesson and this lesson, I also added a few more details using the same techniques we've already learned. So I wanted to save some time and not, handhold you through every single thing if we've already covered that type of a topic. And I'm going to do that throughout the course so we can speed this up and you're not having to follow and relearn the same things over and over again. So the things that I added were bevels to the handle and to the kind of extension here. And I added another plate and these screws. The only thing to notice and to remember that I maybe haven't covered about bevels, when I was making this, I was resizing it and doing all kinds of things. Same thing with this beveled edge here. And if I was to start to scale something that I've already beveled, the bevel itself is going to scale as well. You can see the distance of those edge loops are getting further and further apart. And it's messing with the bevel. And I don't want that, right? When I'm scaling something, I want the bevel to be the same. So if you're going to scale something, you probably need to go into vertex mode and move the vertices. Instead of scaling this out, you want to move them. So all the bevel is maintained. This is the same bevel distance that we had when it was this short of a piece. So that's just one thing to keep in mind when you're scaling anything that's been beveled, that's not uniformly scaled, I should say, because if it's uniformly scaled, then it's going to scale up and it's all going to get bigger together. And if that's what you want, that's okay. But just know that bevel is going to get bigger if you scale the whole thing up together. So let's get into making this little kind of knob here. And it's a non-uniform shape as well. It's not a cylinder all the way around. It has this kind of point over here. So let's go and create a cylinder because we've got to start with the most basic things. And I'm also going to group, you can see these screws also have these kind of black pieces, or what are going to be black pieces, if you can look at the reference here. So I included those as well, and then I grouped them. So I'm going to just middle mouse drag, I'm shift selecting everything and middle mouse dragging that into the main group, GB trap. And we can do that with everything else as well. Let's just shift select everything that we're not currently modeling and middle mouse drag that and let go over the main group. So now we can select that and hide it with Control H. And now we can look at this cylinder. And what we want to do is pull out one kind of point. So I'm going to delete some edges. And before I do that and start messing with the history of this thing, I want to add a cap here. And that's important for cylinders, at least, because if you start messing with this thing and then later you want to add a cap, it won't do it because you've messed with the history of the object. So, get this cleaned up first because you won't be able to change it a ton later if you're messing with components like we're about to do. So I'm basically going to select, double click and shift and double clicking, all of the edges. I don't know why that's not selecting. All the edges here, except for the one in the center, I just skipped because that's going to be the one we're going to pull out. So I'm going to hold down shift, right click and go to delete edge. And now we have the point that we want. And it looks like comes out kind of far, so we can just click and drag this out. Something like that. And we can double click these and maybe just scale them in a little. Or what we could do is add some more edge loops here and scale them out. So let's go to the edge loop tool on our custom shelf, click it, go to the tool settings here, make sure we're on multiple edge loops. And yeah, let's try 4, clicking here. And it looks like it's kind of the same distance. I'm looking at the distance here with the distance here. It's maybe a little bigger. So let's go 5. Whoops, just type that in. Click one time. That looks a lot closer. So now we have kind of remade that kind of uniform distance here. You can see it doesn't go all the way to the center. And this is a goofy thing about cylinders and why we made that cap at the very beginning. Because it wouldn't make these edge loops later if we didn't. But, that's just some quirky modeling stuff. And I'm trying to help you avoid that in the future. So one thing we can do here is scale this out just a little bit. And, we just did those two. So now it's not a flat surface all the way to the end. But, again, that's no big deal. We do things and then we change it back, and it's very adaptable, and you need to be the same in your knowledge and application of everything that you know for modeling. So you can kind of do whatever you need to do, and you're not kind of constrained by the tools or the decisions you make. You can just kind of go with the flow. So now we have the general shape of this thing. The big question is, how do we make the kind of a ribbed looking kind of cylinders here all the way around? And so we'll address that first. Let's deal with this. It looks like it's kind of a beveled edge here. It's kind of rounded. So let's bevel the edge first. So I'll double click this and I'll double click that. And let's look at the point is probably beveled too here. So let's go to bevel and let's go to the input here for bevel and drag out a few more segments and then change the fraction a little bit. It looks like it's snapping around, so I'll just click the kind of pie chart here to go to a slower fraction. And I'm not entirely sure why it's freaking out, so I just clicked here and now I'm middle mouse dragging in the viewport. So again, you just kind of have to adapt with however, if it starts acting goofy, you can just route around that problem and not have to worry about it. Cool. So now we have that done. The only thing I would comment on is possibly using higher subdivisions at the beginning, because now you can see there it's kind of faceted here. It's not totally round all the way around. One trick you can try is hitting 3 on your keyboard, and that will smooth the model. In general, in hard surface modeling, you'll probably do that at the very end, but you want to make sure all of your geometry is kind of accurate and stuff. In this kind of series of lessons about the Ghostbuster trap, I'm trying to model things in a way that we don't have to rely on that, and that we can be a little more sloppy with our geometry. But in this case, it works pretty well. So we can leave it in 3 mode, and that kind of solve the problem of this not being rounded enough. And I can, go between 1 and 3 to show you the difference. And if you hit 2, that's just kind of an intermediate. It tries to show you the one you had before, but because they're right on top of each other, it's really hard to see. So mainly you're just going to use 1 and 3 to see the difference between smoothing something and not smoothing something. So we have that. Let's go back to 1 just because that's how we're going to model things. Let's add a edge loop right in the center of this thing that goes all the way around. And that's what we're going to tell these ribs to follow. So we need one right in the middle here. Let's go to the edge loop tool. We'll go back to the tool settings and just shrink this down to 1. And that way it'll just put 1 right in the dead center of, 1 right in the dead center. You can see I accidentally clicked a few things, and so I just hit undo, go back to object mode, and we're golden. And I'll get off the edge loop tool so I don't accidentally make more edge loops again. All right, so now we have this edge loop. let's go to the edge mode by right-clicking and dragging up. Select that edge, double-click it, and let's go to Modify, Convert, Polygon Edges to Curve. And we'll click the little box on the end there to get the options. And I want to choose linear because I want it to follow exactly where the edge loop is. I don't want it to interpolate and get curvy. And so we're going to choose linear for right now and convert. Now you can see we have a curve here that follows exactly the shape. So now with that, we have something to add the ribs to. There's a couple different ways we could have gone about doing this. This is one way. Another way is using Mesh, which we will talk about later, which is used for motion graphics. And you can use Mesh to help you model some things as well, especially things that are patterns. But this is kind of a tried and true method, and you don't have to rely on some new plugin thing that Maya has come out in the last couple of years. It can have its own problems. So it's good to just know how to do things with the bare bones Maya tools, and also get introduced to some new things. And this is also, we're going to hack kind of an animation tool to use for this. So I'm going to go to poly modeling. I'm going to make the one rib. So I'm going to scale it down. I'm just going to pull it over here so I can see it, and scale this all the way down. Make this a little bigger, drag it over here so I can kind of see the size and see, it almost goes all the way to the edge. So let's just scale it up to about there. And then it looks like these are pretty rounded at the top. So let's just go to edge mode, and I'm just going to select everything. And you can see actually, if you shift select things, it will deselect things you have selected. If you want to add to a selection and you're clicking and dragging over something that is already selected, it's going to deselect it. If you don't want that to happen, okay, if you do not want that to happen, you have to hit Control and Shift. And now it'll add to that selection, even if you go over an area that you've already selected. But what we want to do is Control click and deselect that, because we just want to bevel the tops here. And I'll go from a top-down view, hitting spacebar, clicking and dragging over to top view, hit F to frame up, and Control click the center piece here. So it'll deselect everything, go back to perspective mode by hitting spacebar. And let's go to the bevel tool, and let's increase that fraction and bump up the segments. Yeah, so we're just having I had it on the slow mode here, so I changed that to now I can middle mouse drag in the viewport with that selected, and it will go a lot quicker. So let's get into something like that. In general, you want to try not to add a ton of geometry if you don't need it. And this is such a small piece. I'm trying to keep it as light as possible. Okay, so now we have that piece, and it's going to sit in like this. But the big question is, how do we get this piece to go all the way around this object? We could click and drag and try to place, duplicate one and try to place it exactly, but that's super tedious. And we want to try to use the tools to our advantage. So let's go to the animation window here. We've been modeling. Now let's go to animation, and let's click the poly to curve tool, and let's shift click the cylinder. Let's go to constrain, and we'll go down to motion paths. I'm just going to tear this off. Attach to motion path. So what we have now, if we click and drag the timeline, even though we're still in the modeling course, don't get confused. Even though we're using the timeline and we are in animation now, we're using this to help us model. So what we've created is that this follows the path. If I select these two things and I isolate it here, you can see this, and you can see it says 120 here. And that means, it's going over the timeline that we had. If this was further out, it would have gone to 194 or whatever. But because it was at 120, that's the length of the timeline, so that's what it's doing. It's going to animate over the length of that, okay? So we have this. Now, the thing we want to do is, if you notice, if you hit play over here, it starts slow, it speeds up, and it slows in. Slow, speed up, slow in. Okay, we don't want that. We want it to be linear because we're going to use this. We're hacking this. We want it to have even intervals around this piece. And we're going to duplicate this thing around. And if it starts slow here and we're trying to go at even intervals, there'll be a lot more of these at the beginning and they'll be further spaced out here. So we want this to go at the same speed all the way around. And the way we do that, and again, this is kind of animation stuff, but when you learn 3D, you need to know a little bit of everything to create things. So you can see we have this motion path here. We have the curve selected. Now we have an output for the motion path. If we click that, we can see this little red dot. And that means there's a keyframe. And now that we toggled this down, we also have these red dots on the timeline that weren't there before. So there's a couple different ways we can change the handles of this so it'll be the same length, the same speed through the whole length of this timeline. But we could do it here in the timeline, but I want you to see it visually since it's the first time you're introduced to this stuff. We'll go to Windows, Animation, and we'll go to the Graph Editor. This will open up a new window, and now we see a motion path 1 U curve, and that's what we were looking at over here, motion path 1 U value. And you can see it starts slow, speeds up, and ends slow. So I'm clicking and dragging the kind of vertex here, the keyframe, and I'm selecting this one, and I want to go and hit this straight line here, and it's going to straighten that out. So now we can close this. We'll learn all about animation and graph editor more later, but for right now, that's all we need to know. So if we play this back, now it's going to go the same speed all the way around. When this loops, you won't be able to tell a difference with the speed. See, now it just goes all the way around and there's no speed changes, and that's exactly what we want. Perfect. Okay, so if we go back to the Animate tab here, we're under Animation, and we go Visualize, Create Animation Snapshot. I'm going to open up the option box here, and what we want to do is go the entire length of this thing. So we'll add 120 because that's the timeline over here. We're at 120. We'll go start to end. We could also we could say time slider, which will kind of automatically do that, so it grays these out. But either one, it's the same thing if you change this number. So we'll say, increment will be 1, and then let's say increment 2. Well, whatever. Let's just leave it at default. We'll say reset settings and make sure we're all at the default. So with this selected, we actually want to select the cylinder, not the curve, and let's hit apply. So when we unisolate this, now when we can see what we've actually made. So it made way too many of these things. So let's go and unisolate this. And with the cylinder selected, let's say an increment of 2 now instead. We'll hit apply. It'll take a second, and now you can see these ribs. And that looks a lot closer to what we need and what is showing up here. So the only thing that I would say is that maybe these need to be closer into the object, like they're poking out too far. So one way we can do that, let's hit undo. We'll go to the curve and let's isolate it, and I'll right click and say Control Vertex, click and drag these. So let's hold down D and X and middle mouse snap it to the center. So now when I scale this down, everything should scale from the center, okay? So now when we do the snapshot, we go to Visualize and Create Animation Snapshot. We have 2.2 on, and again, this value could be different for you. This is just based on the size of the thing that I made, so this will probably be different for you. I'm just taking a guess at, what will be the right distribution for mine. So to kind of lock in these changes, now you can see it's all the way around correctly. To lock in these changes, we need to delete the history. So let's go to Edit, Delete by Type, History. And let's select all of these, Shift Select, hit G, and we'll middle mouse drag them out. And I just let go down here anywhere. And let's delete that snapshot group. So now we have the ribs, and we have the cylinder, we can delete the original one. We can also delete the curve because we don't really need all that stuff now. So now we could even just middle mouse drag and put this under the cylinder. Okay, and we can also see there's maybe an extra one here, so we can just delete that. So now we have our knob, and we need to place it in the right spot. Let's unhide the trap, hitting Shift H. Let's select the cylinder, drag it out here, and let's rotate it down. We can see it should be 90 degrees, negative 90 degrees in X. And we can also just scale the whole thing down. And you can see, because we parented the ribs under the cylinder, it's following along with whatever we're doing. And this is called a parent and child relationship. And we did the same thing with the group earlier. You know, that everything is a child of this group node. So if we move the group node, everything will move because everything underneath it is a child. And you can do that by middle mouse dragging things in the outliner. You can also do it by selecting two things and then hitting P on your keyboard for a shortcut. So there's different ways to do it, but let's just get this kind of in the right spot. Maybe drag it up. It looks like it's tilted to the side a little bit and it has this black disc here. So I'm actually just going to steal one of these discs here, Command D to duplicate it. And also talking about parenting, you can hit Shift P to unparent something. So you can see it pop this out from that group. And we can just scale this up. And let's just bring it over here to the center of this thing. And now we can click the cylinder, make sure we just have the cylinder selected, and rotate it so it's kind of at an interesting angle instead of straight down. And now for later, we have this disc that will be able to color something differently. Let's see if it goes, yeah, almost all the way. So let's just do something like that. I just kind of eyeballed it. It's in the center, close enough. You could vertex snap it, do all that stuff if you want. But that is looking pretty good. In the next lesson, we will create this top structure really quickly. And you know, you can do the same knob thing here. You can just duplicate this one out, add those, and you know, but the next thing we'll do is just finish up this model and complete the top. And we'll move on to a character in the next series of lessons about 3D modeling. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome to this lesson where we will finish up this front element and the doors. And I want to talk about this issue. It basically has a weird visibility issue just because there's one face right on top of the other. As soon as you click one or the other, it'll show the one you've clicked. But that's why when you don't have either clicked and you look around, it's kind of a weird view. Let's deal with that. We can isolate select this thing like I was mentioning earlier and go to the face and select these. Control Shift select those little corners here, which are probably going to be proved to be an issue. We can deal with those in a second. Control Shift select anything that we don't need. Hit 4 to make sure we only have that top selection selected. And go to extrude and keep faces together. And let's just pull this down and see what we get so far. We go back to shaded mode so we can see. So that looks pretty good. I'm going to undo that and maybe just scale these in a little bit so they're not right at the edge, and then redo that and make sure keep faces together is on, and now drag it in. So now that we have this a little bit of a border there. Let me make sure I didn't undo not far enough back, it looks like. Oh, this is the issue because these aren't following along here. So let's just drag it down for time's sake because we have we already have the top area modeled. When we unisolate select that, we can see we're good there. We can just drag this one back up and actually just vertex snap it. So let's go to the front view. Oops. Actually, I lost my selection there, so I'm going to go back to select that. Go to the front view, and we can hit W, or sorry, we can hit 4 to get the sideways view and just drag that back up to be even. Go back to perspective mode, right click to go to object mode, hit 5, and now we can see we have a deeper hole here, but yeah, let's go to isolate and select that. And oh, the main issue is it's extruding through itself. So we're seeing the back side of the faces. So we can just delete this face. And there we go. And that solved the problem. And we can just drag this one down as far as we want. And unisolate, select that. We can see this issue here with the internal piece. So we can resolve this, if we want to. It depends on how much you're going to see this stuff. You basically don't want to spend a ton of time modeling things you're never going to see, is a big rule with modeling, because if you work for a studio or something and you spend all your time modeling something no one's ever going to see, your supervisor's not going to be too happy. So it's all about what the viewer's going to see from the camera angle, and if you're working on a show or a movie, they are going to tell you exactly what to model, hopefully. Sometimes that changes and you have to adapt to that. But so now we have this front element, and let's kind of call this good. Maybe pull this edge back a little bit is slightly annoying. I just shift select that, hit 4 to make sure I have nothing else selected. Just drag that back a little bit, hit 5. Cool, we don't see that. Go to object mode. And so now I want to take this element and let's see what we get if we just bevel this whole thing. I think we're going to have to select edges, but just for time's sake, yeah. I mean, it's pretty close. We're adding a lot of geometry to this thing unnecessarily. So I'm going to go back out and get a little more specific with the exact edges I'd like to bevel. If we look at the reference, it's kind of all of these outside angles are beveled. So I'm just going to grab those. And of course the top edges here. And let's see, we could do the bottom edges as well. And I'm choosing not to merge these. You could spend more time on this and merge these so they're not separate pieces. But for time's sake, trying to keep this tutorial shorter and not keep going on and on, I'm just choosing to do what I think's fastest for us, and you're still learning a little bit. So cool. Now we're almost have all of our selections made. We just need to go down this edge, this edge, this edge, this edge, and this one, this one. Accidentally selected that one. And that one. I'll grab that. Cool. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and grab that one. I'm going to go ahead and do those. I think, it should be flush with it, but it's a much more pain in the butt to try to bevel things after the fact, because the number of lines, like where they meet, won't line up, and it just creates a lot more work. So I'm just going through, tumbling around this thing, making sure we have all of the angles. I'm going to maybe grab this one too. All the angles covered here. Now let's bevel this. So let's go to the poly bevel. We can also hit T to pull up the options here. And let's just add one segment and call that good. And you can see the issue when we beveled this. Of course, now it's not flush. We can resolve that in a couple different ways. We can just pull out this edge. And because it's on both sides, probably going to scale it. That's a little bit of a sloppy way to do it, but it gets the job done for speed's sake instead of having to merge this stuff. What you could do is go in and add a lot of extra edge loops here. So we could add one here, and then we could delete faces and then merge vertices where these points meet. That's how I would merge all of those together. But then, since we beveled these, now we have a lot of edge loops to do. And I think for our purposes of just learning, just beginners, trying to discover what modeling is all about, I don't want us to get in the weeds too much on that stuff. So we have a nicely beveled piece here, and we can just maybe extrude these two faces for this front plate element. So I'll go to extrude, keep faces on, and sorry, I want the offset to try to bring it in just a little bit. And then let's hit G again and keep faces on. Just drag this out a little bit. It looks like that should be way closer to the edges, so I think we went too far on the offset. Let's go offset, like point. You know, we can click this thing here, and now when we middle mouse drag, it'll be a lot smaller, so that's probably the best option for us. So then we can hit G again. So now that we've created this little separation of these faces, we can go back and extrude this out and see how far out it comes. Not super far. Seems like a really beveled edge though, like super smooth. More than what we just did. So let's do that. Bevel. Hit T. Or sorry, we need to go to bevel edge first, and now we have it. And we're going to increase the segments here. Now I need to speed this back up because it wasn't really working that well because it was going so slow. So now we have this element modeled. I think what I'd like to see though, hit T again. I think that fractions maybe is too much, or we need more segments. It was kind of too faceted. You could see the edges a little too much. Cool. So that's done. And we can extrude this center face, and it looks like it kind of slopes into it maybe from the top. I don't know. It depends on how you view this image or what the reference you find and use, but I'm just going to do the same thing we just did. Extrude, keep faces on, dial this down so we can get a little more specific on the offset. Middle mouse drag here in the center to get the offset. In the ballpark, it's pretty small. It looks like it's kind of thinner, so I'm going to scale it in this direction. But that it's still in the center, I need to drag it up a little bit. So I'm going to pull this out just a touch because that looks like what's happening in the reference. So it makes our bevel a little wonky because it's trying to get flat at the top here. And we can just delete those top edges so that it's more gradual. So I might do that. Go to edge, select these, double click it. It should go all the way around. It does. Right click, go to delete edge. So now it's more of a gradual. If you look at this profile, it's going in there a little better. So now we have this plate. Extrude this again. So let's go to extrude. Pull this out. Extrude, hit G. Oh, we need to keep faces together though. Extrude that again by hitting G. Keep faces together. Increase the offset here. It looks like, right? Yeah. Let's maybe go back here. Hit G again. Extrude again. Keep faces together. Just smash that down into this thing. I don't know how far, it's hard to see from this angle how far that thing goes down. Just go somewhere like that. And then we can just bevel these edges and kind of call it a day on this stuff. And in the next lesson, I want to show you a very interesting way to model a chord, something that kind of has like an organic shape to it. And even though we're doing hard surface stuff, a lot of hard surface things like mech type things have chords associated with them. So we want to make sure that we know how to do that if you're interested in the hard surface kind of arena. So I'm just going to increase the segments there, go to object mode so I can kind of see it in shaded. And it looks like we just have like a normals issue here. It doesn't know which way to pull. The other thing we can do is add some more geometry here with the multi-cut tool, and hopefully that will alleviate some of the normals problems. Because as I mentioned earlier, Maya doesn't really like triangles, and we just created a couple there. But if we put that down, we're going to make another one. So I might just leave that as it is. Just do these two. Cool. So I think, you know, if we go back through and do what we did in a previous lesson to resolve the normals issues with mesh display. We can just do that super quick. Set to face. So that actually looks pretty good just by going with the averaging the faces. If you wanted to get more specific with that, you can do that. But it's really just for our purposes in viewport. When you create renders of this, those normal faces won't matter as much. But we got this done, and I'm going to quickly create the doors super quick. So I'm going to drag this up, and I'm going to vertex snap this to one side, and then vertex snap this to the edge. And I held D and V to change the pivot, of course, and then I held V just to transform it to the side here, so that it will all scale from this point. And again, I can use the vertex snapping here, or I can just kind of eyeball it, because anything mechanical is going to have a gap there, so it can not exactly rub up against things. The one thing we want to make sure is that these in the center are in fact in the center. So let's go to the right view and hit 4. And now we can see the center line. If we hold down X, we can snap to the grid. So now we know that's right in the center. And we can actually just pull that back just a touch. So again, there's a little bit of a gap there. And let's right click object mode and hit 5 to go back into shaded. Scale this down so the door is more of a door size, and bring it up to the top of this edge here. So that looks pretty good. The last thing we need to do is, of course, bevel this thing just a touch. So I'm actually just going to leave it on object mode and go to our custom shelf, click bevel. And I'm going to go pretty small on the bevel and bring back the fraction. So it's just barely beveled, just so it's not a very hard edge there. And then what I'm going to do is duplicate this by hitting Command D. And what I can do, there's a couple different ways you can do this. You could scale it negative in this direction. So we go -1. So it flips it around, and then we can hold down V and snap it to this other side. So it should, I think we're snapping to the wrong thing. It's snapping to the bevel, one of the bevels instead of the edge there. So let's go to the right view, hit 4, and just snap that to the inside. So now we can see in the center here, they're equally far apart from the middle. We might need to adjust that a touch. Let's look at this. Yeah, let's just bring those in just a little bit. So we can click both of those and hit R, and then just scale from here. Since it's just a small amount, that's not going to really hurt the bevels that we did. Just kind of close that gap just a touch. Cool. So now we have our Ghostbusters trap, pretty much. We can add these little rivets that we put up here if we'd like. We can add this back element. You basically at this point have all the knowledge you need to model this back area. And then in the last lesson here, it's going to be very short. We're just going to make this a cord that can come off of the back of this thing. So I will show you how to do that in the next lesson. Thanks for watching. Welcome to the last lesson in the series of creating this Ghostbuster trap. In between the previous lesson and this one, I just made this little back end piece here. And I just basically did that with all the techniques we've already learned. I extruded the top of it to make this little kind of a rim, and then I beveled all of the edges. And I also added this little kind of a wing here. So I added edge loops here, and then I beveled those kind of corners there. And then finally I made this little piece that sticks out the back, and this is basically a cylinder that I reduced the number of subdivision axes down to 8 to make it more like a some kind of nut that you would have to screw in there. And then this is just another cylinder that I extruded out and then beveled all the edges to make this kind of port for the chord we're going to make in this lesson. So that's just an update on, some updates I did that, you've learned all these techniques already. Same thing for finishing out this other side based on the reference. You've easily already learned how to do this little panel. So I'll leave that up to you to finish out this other side with all the techniques we've already learned. I also added a little thing here that I've seen in some reference. It's just a cylinder, beveled edges, same kind of thing. So let's learn how to do this chord. Let's first revisit the idea of curves we did in the previous lesson. And that's going to be basically the template for how we're going to extrude a cylinder over this curve. So let's go to a top-down view so we can see kind of where this is going to come out. And I'm going to hit 4 to see through this thing, so now I can see where it's going to meet down there. I'm going to go to the Curves and Surfaces kind of tab here. You could also go to Create and go to Curve Tools, and you can get the same kind of a tools here. So you can see the similarities there. I'm going to go to the EP Curve tool, and I'm going to open up the tool settings so that I can see that we're on 3 cubic. So it's going to start to interpolate kind of a rounded edge there as after I go 3 points. So I'm going to hit X to line up on the grid, and then I'm just going to kind of make a swooping kind of a curve chord path here. And this is just going to kind of trail off in the distance. You can make it be whatever you'd like it to be, but and of course I'm going to hit enter, and then you can always edit this later by right clicking and go to Control Vertex and then drag these around if you want to change the kind of curves that you've made. And we're going to need to do that at the insert point here because it's not matching where it's going to be inserting. So I'm going to go up here and lift all of these and then bring this one in and have this kind of secondary one, make sure that it's going in straight. You can also rebuild the curve if you didn't make enough points. You can see how it starts to kind of get a little jagged here. It's not like super smooth. So you can go to, with the curve selected, you can go to Curves, and then down at the bottom there's Rebuild. You can go to the options and Uniform. You can set the number of spans, all these different types of options, but this is kind of the most common. Just hit apply. You can see how it curved out this thing here. I'm going to undo it and then redo it, and so you can see it a little better. I'll zoom in here. So I'm going to redo it, and you can see how that kind of curves and finishes it out. But the only issue is now when we go back into Control Vertices, there's a lot more vertices to control. So it's good to kind of get this working before you add a ton of vertices that then you have to control. If that's the case and you have a ton of vertices, you can hit B on your keyboard, and that turns on soft selection. You can hold B and middle mouse drag in the viewport to increase or decrease that soft selection area. So that can be helpful if you have a ton of points to drag around. So I'm just going to do something like that, and we can adjust this later as well, but you roughly want to get this in the center of the thing, and want to have a shape that respects gravity and the weight of the chord and all that kind of good stuff. So we may need to get this on the ground sooner, kind of a thing. But yeah, you can mess with all that after the fact as well. But let's get to the meat of this thing, where we need to extrude an actual curve over this thing, or sorry, extrude a cylinder over this thing. So I'm going to turn that off, close that down, and so now we need to create a poly model. I'm going to grab a cylinder, and I'm going to, I know I have it selected because I just created it, but also because I can see it in the outliner, so I don't have to like, visually see it over there to know that it's selected. So I'm going to hold down C, which snaps to curves, and middle mouse drag that there. Then I'm going to rotate this down and maybe scale it down a little bit and roughly get it in line with this thing. There's a couple different ways you can extrude curves. You could grab a circular curve and do this as well, but then you would have to convert the NURB circle to polygon, which is under Modify, Convert, NURBs to polygons. But let's just do it with a polygon first so you can see how that is done. I'm going to select the faces of the polygon. I'm going to hit B to turn off soft selection. Control, click, and deselect the ones I don't need. I'm going to shift select the curve. Okay. And then I'm going to go to extrude. Let's hit extrude. And you can see something happened, but not exactly what we wanted. It looks like there's a face now at the very beginning of this curve here in the center. I'm going to turn on keep faces on as well so we can see it. So if I hit 5, you can see it kind of goes inside. That's because curves also have directions. I'm going to go back into object mode so I can select the curve. And we need to reverse the direction. So if I go to curves, reverse direction, now you can see the end of the curve is considered down here. So when you extrude it, it's going to go in that direction. Problem is it's not really respecting the curve that we drew. So we need to go into the extrusion options here. I'll hit T, and we need to increase the divisions. And as we increase the divisions, and let me just turn this pie wheel back to a normal speed. As we increase these divisions, you can see that it's actually beginning to make the chord. And that's just because it needed more information, right? So this slider will max out at 25, but you can type in a higher value. We can, there's actually a taper value here as well that you can mess with, and a couple other things. So basically that's how you make a chord. And the things to keep in mind is these subdivisions are based off the distribution of the CVs in the curve. So if we hadn't have rebuild the curve, the distribution here would have been not as accurate. You can see here there are less points here. There's less edges here because there's less points in the curve. If I go to let me isolate it so I can right click on it and go control vertex, you can see that there's a big gap here between these two. So that's the same. It'll be reflected in the edges of the cylinder. There's less here than there are over here. So just keep that in mind. If we drag this over, it'll kind of group them, you know, and that's, you can still edit this stuff after the fact. Until you delete the history, you can edit this stuff. So the other thing we need to do, we can see if we can go into the polycylinder and change the original radius, and we can, which is a super nice thing about keeping the history, is even though this was, we've done a lot of things to it since we created the cylinder, this first piece of history takes precedence, right? So we can still have that. I'm just going to hit 5 so we can see this in shaded mode. And the only other thing I might do is rebuild the curve again so that we get a little more definition here in the chord. So you can go to curves, rebuild, and let's just crank this up and hit apply. And then we will probably need to increase the extrusion, the subdivisions, and it totally spazzes out and it turns black because so this original one, sometimes this happens. So you want to keep in mind that you can't do more subdivisions than, you know, are kind of allowed here from the beginning. If we go I middle mouse drag, so it goes back to the max default you can get by middle mouse dragging. But if we keep increasing this, and this edge here goes past this one, it'll flip the edge around itself. So then it flips all the faces inside out. So if you get this black thing, you've created too many divisions. So let's just go right before that happens. And now we have this kind of smoother looking curve. And then we can also, again, go to the curve and push some points around if we still want to adjust where the kind of density of the edge loops are getting concentrated. Cool. So that's how you extrude an object, make a chord, something like that. Most mech and hard surface models have chords of some sort. And let's just, right before we sign off here, let's just make sure we get the polycylinder radius correct. Something in this neighborhood is a little closer. 0.5. Cool. And then I'll shift select the curve, isolate it, go to the control vertex, select the end one, hit B, maybe drag this out a little bit, and unisolate that and then just get that right in the center there. So there you have it. We have created the Ghostbuster trap, and we've done it with hard surface modeling techniques. In the next series of lessons, we're going to cover more organic modeling techniques, and we're going to create a character that we will eventually use to rig and animate in later lessons. We're also going to revisit this model later on and texture it and maybe do some animating on this as well. Let's see what we have in store for that later. But great job in following these lessons. If you've gotten this far, that's quite an accomplishment, and it's a lot to take in. So just take your time and rewatch these if you have any problems. And you know, you can always pick up wherever. I'm just middle mouse dragging all this stuff into the top group so it's all organized. Just know you can come back and rewatch this stuff and ask me any questions that you may run into, because this stuff's not easy, and I admire you guys trying to learn this stuff. So I appreciate you watching, and good luck. Thank you. See you in the next series. Welcome to the first lesson on organic modeling. And in this lesson, we're going to take a look at something called topology. These are some concepts you need to learn before we start modeling our own character so that you know why we're doing what we're doing. So topology essentially means the line flow or the edge flow over a surface. So when we look at a model like this, we see it in a gray shaded form. But what makes up this model? This model is made up of, if we right click, we can see faces, vertices, and edges. Those are the three main things. And we kind of already know this from the hard surface modeling. But it's even more important to understand these concepts when we're doing organic modeling as well. So let's take a look at the edge flow here. And we can do this by turning on the wireframe on shaded button here. So we can see the object while it's shaded. We can't hit 4 like we've done in the hard modeling, but then we see through the object. So it gets kind of confusing to see where the lines are. So I'm gonna hit 5 to get that back. Also, a quick aside, if you wanna change the background color, hit Alt-B. And I just like to keep it on blue because the default shader is gray, so it's easier to see the model on that. So when we look at this, we can see there's a lot of edges, and they're all going in different directions. You know, more simple areas, it's pretty straightforward, like the arm. It looks like a cylinder, and they're just edges going across the arm, as you'd expect. But what happens when that needs to be attached to a torso? We get an intersection of edges here, and you can see that by this star, right? So if we look over here, all of these edges are intersecting with one other edge, right? There's one edge going this way, one edge going that way. But when we look at a star, we can see there's one edge going here, one edge going there, one edge going in. There's a lot more edges intersecting at a star. And what that tells you is this is where the line flow changes. And it changes because it's having to deal with other line flow, intersecting line flow that's doing something different. And that gets resolved in something like a star shape. So the reason why that is conceptually is because you have lines going in different directions that need to meet up and connect. And you also have lines or edges that are coming from an area of high density to low density. So if we look at the corner of the eye here, you can see that we have all of these edges coming from a larger area, and they need to go into a smaller area like the eye. And what happens is you have to reduce the number of edges as you go in so that it syncs up with however many edges are on the inside. And so you can see that with something like a star again, right? And this area right here is what I'm looking at. So this really looks like a triangle. If we just pulled this vertice up, this would be like a triangle, right? So I'm gonna go back to object mode, right clicking. So we have this edge just dead ends basically, but they pulled out the vertice so that it is more evenly distributed, right? So that the edge flow looks like it kind of goes around the eye. So when we're doing organic modeling, the reason behind all this too is that so this works for animation. Whenever we deform something, we need the edge flow to work properly. Otherwise, the deformation is going to look weird.
And I'll show you what that means in another lesson. But just conceptually, we need to begin to understand why things are modeled the way they are, right? And to know how to look at how things are modeled, so then we can break it down in our mind and recreate it. So if we keep looking at this model, we can see, look, here's another star right here. So we can see that if we take a look at the mouth edge flow, this section here, all of these lines, edges, go around the mouth. And why is that? Because the mouth needs to open, right? So those edges need to be circular, all right? And they go out further and further, and then they meet edges that, it no longer needs to go in a kind of circle around the mouth. It needs to start connecting to the nose and the eyes. So now the edges need to go up towards the eyes, and it needs to change direction. And that's where you get these stars, right? Where this edge that was now going up to the nose needs to be redirected into the eye. And so we get a star right here. And that's usually where you see those intersections happening. Okay, we can also see this with the eyes. There's kind of an eye mask area here. And same thing with the mouth, right? Circles going around and around and around. And eventually they need to change direction and start connecting to everything else. So we get a star right here. Okay, you can see how that edge flow changes. And now it goes down the side of the cheek here and up the brow. So this is what you need to begin to understand about topology and why it's important, and why we're going to model things the way we're going to model them so that they work in animation. So in the next lesson, I want to take you through some of the concepts of, so in the next lesson, I'm going to show you how to take areas of high density to low density and how to make these kinds of areas. We can see another one right here. So let's simplify this in the next lesson and learn how to do that. Thanks for watching. In this lesson, we're going to cover something that's really like a puzzle, and that is reducing the number of edges like we saw coming into the eye. So we have an area of high density of edge loops into an area of low density, and we saw that was resolved right here in this face. Okay, and we're going to learn how to do this, and we're going to simplify it, and we're going to use planes. So let's create a plane. We'll go to the Poly Modeling menu and click the plane. I'll hit F to frame up on it, and then I'll hit G to make another one. And of course, G is the shortcut for just doing the previous operation again. So I'm going to move these kind of close together to make our job easier here in a minute, and drag these kind of back in the center here. So the two planes we have the exact same number of edge loops. And so if we wanted to combine them, it'd be pretty straightforward. We just need to merge these edges down, right? So that they would all line up perfectly. That's not what happens in modeling, especially in organic modeling, where you have an area of high density, like the head that has a larger surface area, so there's more edges to describe it, and it needs to all feed into the eyeball or the eyelid into an area of much smaller area. So not all the edge loops can fit in there. So let's take this kind of simplified version here of these two planes. And first we'll do this one on the left has 10 edge loops, and let's do this one on the right has 8. So try to follow along if you can, because it'll make a lot more sense, because this can be very confusing, and you're probably going to want to bookmark this video specifically to revisit, because you're going to run into this issue again and again in organic modeling, and you're going to have to remember all the time, all right, how do I resolve this? How do I combine an area of higher density of edge loops into lower? So fortunately, this first example is going to be the easiest type. So we have both even number of edge loops. We have 10 over here and 8 over here. So before we can start combining edges, we need to merge these two meshes down. We can see in the outliner there's plane 1 and plane 2. So they're two different pieces of meshes. They're not the same. So we need to combine them. So I'll shift select so I have both of them selected, and I'll go to Mesh, Combine. And you can see that now there's one plane that we have selected, and it has both sides selected. So we know it's combined. But we have these empty groups over here. It looks kind of messy. And this is part of the history that Maya creates when you do a big operation like combine. You can see it has the inputs over here. There's the unite one. And so to get rid of these empty groups, you could just delete them. But the cleaner way to do it is to delete the history, which we've done before. So let's go to Edit, delete by type. And again, let's just do this one, not the bottom one. This will delete everything in the scene. We don't want that. We want this top one, delete by type, history. And then that gets rid of those empty groups and it cleans up the outliner. And so now let's get to work. Let's go to the edge operation here, right clicking and dragging to it, and click and drag these two edges that are kind of matched up together. And let's go to the edit mesh, and I'm going to tear this menu off, and we're going to go down to the merge option here. And there's a couple different ways you could do it. You could hit merge, nothing happens. Why did nothing happen? Well, let's look at this tolerance value. It's set at 0 right now, but as soon as we drag that up a little bit, that tolerance value is a distance. And when you increase the distance it's looking for, it's going to start to find that distance. So we can see it's probably, these two pieces are like 0.2 units apart. So that's when it starts to merge them. So let's click and drag and do that for all of the edges down here. We can hit G to bring up the merge tool again and merge these down. And again, you may have to increase that tolerance value each time you go. And I'll hit G and just increase the tolerance. So you can do more than one at a time, but you'll see as soon as you start to get where, there's two right next to each other that you don't want to be merged, you have to do them by themselves, of course. So then what do we do here? This is what the lesson's all about, okay? We need to figure out a way to deal with this. So how do we do that? Why can't we just merge, pull this vertex over, and just have that be what it is? Well, in animation, when that starts happening and deformations happen, you'll get a gap here. You'll be able to see through the model. Or this will bend in a weird way so that shadows and reflections will look very odd. So that's why in modeling, in organic modeling, you always want to have quads. And that means each face needs 4 sides. You never want to have a face with 5 sides, which is called an N-gon. That's N-G-O-N. And you don't want to have a face that has 3 sides, which is a triangle. So those are the parameters we need to work in. Everything has to be a quad. That's why we can't just pull this over and call it a day. Because if we try to merge this here, then that would create a new edge for this face right here. And instead of this face having 4 edges, now it would have 5, and that would make it an N-gon. We would have an edge at the top here, an edge right here, and then 3 more. So that'd make it 5. So we need to figure out how to keep it to 4 edges so that each face is a quad. Okay, so with that understanding, we need to figure out how to resolve this. And this is very similar to the eye example we saw above. So I'm going to show you how to do that now. So I'm going to show you how to do that now. Let's select both of these and scale them in. So now we can merge all 3 of these vertices down. Let's merge these down. And you'll see where I'm going with this here in a second. So we'll create some problems for ourselves and then we'll solve them, okay? So now we can at least combine these 2 edges. So let's select those and hit G to merge those. I'll hit G over here to merge that. So what did I say earlier? We don't want triangles. And what do I have here? I have 2 triangles. They happen to be right next to each other. So what does that mean? That means we can delete the edge in the middle. Let's do that. So we've deleted this edge in the middle. It still looks like a triangle, but if we count the number of edges, it's actually 4. There's 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, and 1 here. That's 4. So even though it looks like a triangle, it has 4 edges. So it's a quad. And we can make this look like a quad just by going to the vertices here and pulling this one out. Now we can see a little better that there are in fact 4 edges. So that's how we get down to reducing an area of high density of edge flow into a low density of edge flow. And there's one other little tool I'll show just very briefly. We can talk about this a little later as well. But if I wanted to resolve this kind of messy look to the edge flow here with a different tool, we could go to sculpting and choose this one right here. This is the relax tool. If I click this, I need to select a polygon mesh. So I'll select the face. You can see everything kind of grays out, the edge flow does. And it tells me I'm sculpting on this shape, this plane here. And what the relax tool does is it will not change, it will not sculpt on this polygon. It won't raise or lower it or deform it in any way. What it will do is relax the edge flow. And if your brush size is too big, you can hold down B and middle mouse drag, and it'll change the brush size. So if it's way too big, just scale it down here with the middle mouse and holding B. And if I click and just kind of hold down my mouse and drag around, you can see it just relaxing the edge flow here. So it makes it flow into the next area a lot more cleanly. And it did that kind of pull out force here where this face, instead of looking like a triangle, looks more like a quad now. And again, just doesn't look like it, but by its geometric components of its edges, it is in fact a quad. That's how we do a reduction of edge flow from an area of high to low. In the next lesson, we're going to cover the more difficult version of this, of odd number. And that will take a little more problem solving and puzzle solving. So some people find this very fun because it is like solving a puzzle. And other times it can be very frustrating when trying to figure this out. So I hope this makes sense and how to merge areas of high density and low density. Let's move on to a more advanced problem in the next lesson. Thanks for watching. In this lesson, let's take a look at the more complicated example of going from an area of even numbered to an area of odd number edge loops. So I'm going to hide this even number example we've already done and create a new example by creating two planes and dragging them side by side here, and then making one of them be 9 instead of 10. And we can combine these as we did. Mesh, combine, edit, delete by type, history, and I'll call this odd numbers. And let's begin merging these edges down. So I'm going to go right click and go to edge, and I'm going to click drag select all of these and go to edit mesh, merge. And now we get to the issue. How do we resolve this one? This is a more complicated puzzle, and it's going to take a little more problem solving. You can try this by yourself. You can pause the video and try to figure this out, how to merge these lines down with no triangles and no n-gons, meaning no five-sided faces. Or you can just follow along and I'll show you the answer of doing it one way right now. So we need to approach this in kind of a different way. We need to resolve the issue back here, and then there'll be another solution here. So we need to reduce the number of edges back here, so then we can solve the problem up here, okay? So I'm going to go to the multi-cut tool, and I'm going to make some new edge loops here. If I hold shift and click, I'll get to the middle of the edge, and I'll hit enter. So I've divided this and created an n-gon over here. So to resolve the n-gon, I need to make this a quad again and create an edge here. And when we solve this problem, now we created another one that we have triangles here. Well, that's not that big of a deal. I can actually just delete those. So I'm gonna go to these edges and shift select them both, holding down shift, right click and go to delete edge. Okay, so now we have a new problem. We have an odd number still, right? We have 1 going into 2. So how do we solve this problem? Well, whenever I'm problem solving, I just try to move forward and then see where the problem arises and how I can fix it kind of at the last possible moment. So I'm going to stay in this edge mode, and I'm going to merge these down and kind of force the issue here, okay? So what method do we have at our disposal to resolve this? Let's try pulling this over and merging these vertices over here. So I'll hold down V and middle mouse drag. Oh, you can see I'm isolated to this translation, so it won't snap. So let me unisolate it by clicking in the center here, and now it will snap. Okay, I need to merge those vertices. They're right on top of each other. They're not merged yet, so I need to go to merge after I click and drag both of them. don't have to worry about the threshold because they're right on top of each other. So everything's merged now, right? Except the problem is we have a triangle here. So how do we resolve the triangle? Well, we can try to make it a quad in some way. What's the easiest way to make something a quad? Let's try to add another edge loop, okay? So we could do this with the multi-cut tool, or we could go over to our custom shelf and use an edge loop. And the edge loop will show you the issue, right? The edge loop won't be able to continue at a triangle. So when we click here, it's going to stop at the triangle. And that indicates A, it's a triangle, and B, maybe this is how we're going to solve the issue. So I'll let go. And now when we look, it is a quad. We have no n-gons and we have all quads. The only issue is that we had to add a new edge loop. So in a model that you have that's fairly large, this could create issues up here somewhere. Now you have a higher density of edge loops up here. So you could be just pushing the problem up higher, but it's an area that you could, solve. Let's figure out how to solve this and reduce this. We've done this before, right? We have 3 and we're trying to get back to 1. So let's scale these vertices down and select all 3 and merge them. We'll go to Edit Mesh, Merge. Now we have 2 triangles again, and how do we solve that? By deleting their center edge. Let me make sure I only have that one selected. Holding down Shift, right-clicking, go to Delete Edge. Now we've resolved the issue. It's not super clean, right? Like it doesn't look super clean, but it is all quads, and we've solved the problem. Now we could solve this much higher up. So all of this kind of oddly flowing topology won't necessarily have to be in the same area. And you could maybe hide this in like an armpit or somewhere that is not very visible to a model. So you could move this solution somewhere in the model that's not visible to the viewer. But this is how to do the odd number kind of intersection thing and deal with that topology line flow. So I hope you had fun figuring out this kind of problem solving thing. You can find these types of examples all over models. If you ever look at wireframes of models, you'll be able to see this all over. You can see triangles right here. Well, not really triangles, but you can see where the edge flow changes. It looks like a triangle, but it's really a quad, right? It has 4 edges, so that's a quad. But you can see where the edges, it goes up and around, right? We can see how this starts to flow. This goes up and around like this instead of going straight through. Because we can see a star right here, we know there's an edge loop kind of change in direction here. See how this changes directions and it's near that star? Start to look at this stuff when you're looking at wireframes of models. You can kind of see the thought process and the reason behind they did it. So they did this because, our abs are in the center here. Maybe they need the topology to be right for the belly button, or, this Adam's apple area is kind of the upside down version of this. All of this flows upward so that this person can have an Adam's apple, and the topology will support that shape here. So start thinking about models in this way. And in the next lesson, we'll begin creating our own model from a reference that I'll provide, so we can create our own character and keep moving along and learning how to model in Maya and all the other aspects of Maya. Thanks for watching. Welcome to this lesson where we will discuss how we're going to use an image plane to create this character. And in this series, we are going to model this character that we'll later use for rigging and animation. So before we get started, like we did on hard surface modeling with the Ghostbusters trap, we need reference. And in this case, it's concept art that I drew based off of, looking at some other art. And you always want to start with a piece of reference. And you don't just want to look at it like we were doing in the hard surface modeling example. That's one way to do it. But the more advanced way to do it is to actually have this image in your scene and use it as a direct correlation with where you're placing edges and vertices and faces. So in this lesson, we're going to bring this image into Maya. Let's go over to Maya and let's create a plane. Anytime you create a plane, the default is to have 10 subdivisions. And when you start modeling, you'll quickly realize that the more subdivisions and the more faces you have in the scene, the slower it's going to be. So there's no reason for this image plane to have this many subdivisions because we're not deforming it in any way. So we can reduce this down to 1. So it is just a single face. And then we need to map this image onto this face.
And it's currently not the same dimensions. You can see this is a square and this isn't a square, and you'll often run into that when you're using reference. It's not going to always fit up perfectly, so we'll deal with that as well. So let's rotate this image up in the Z direction. And we can see what the Z direction is over here in the bottom left. We can see it's pointing this way. So let's rotate it up, and so it's facing front. So if we go to our front camera, we'll be able to see this face. Okay, and let's add this image to this. Let's assign this a new shader. This is something new. We're going to right click on this and scroll down to assign new material. Okay, now we get a new window, and there's a lot of different options, but for our purposes, we're just going to use the Lambert. Okay, and because the default shader is Lambert 1, it always is in your scene. So when you create a new Lambert, it's going to say Lambert 2. So let's just call this reference. And I'll put SHD for shader. So we have all these different attributes. We can change the color, and we can do all sorts of things, which if I hit 6 on my keyboard, it's going to update a little better. So now that I can show that color change, and we can change the transparency. There's all these things, but we want to map the image into this color attribute. So let's hit this little checkerboard over here, and we get another new window, and I'm going to choose file. And when you choose file, it creates a file node, of course. And let's just type in reference here as well with an underscore to the file, so we know it's a file. And this might help us later if we need to locate this or something like that. So I'll hit enter. Make sure you hit enter, because anytime you rename something and then you try to map something into it without hitting enter here, it'll say, can't find this node because you didn't finalize this change. So anytime you name something like this, you want to hit enter so that when you actually map in the file, which we're about to do, it'll know where to actually put it, which is reference underscore file 1 instead of file 1. So let's go to image name. We'll hit the folder, and let's go to find the reference image, character design.jpg. I'll hit open. And if I right click on this sample, it'll update the little test swatch here. And sometimes if you're having trouble, I just hit spacebar to get the 4 view up here, and then I hit spacebar again to get back to perspective. That was just an accident. There is one bug that I found in this version of Maya, and every version of Maya is going to have its own fun sorts of bugs in it that you'll have to just kind of troubleshoot. But the textures should just pop up when you do what we just did, right? We assign the new shader, and when we look at the color now, instead of a checker box, it has this kind of arrow box thing. If we click that, it'll take us to that file node. So it's not showing up, even though we see it's registering here. It's not showing up in our viewport. So let's hit 6, make sure we're in texture mode, or you can also hit this button up here, which is the texture option, but it's not updating here. And this may not happen for you, but the bug I found in my version of Maya is you have to open up the hypershade, which is this little ball icon up here, which we'll get into in later lessons. So you can see when I open up the hypershade, it finally made the texture reload. This again is a goofy thing in Maya. So if that has happened and you've assigned the shader to this and you've loaded in the file, try opening up the hypershade, and so it'll kind of refresh the textures. So you might have to do that more than once to see if you might have to close it and reopen it. And yeah, so let's deal with the scaling issue now, because this image is squashed. It's square right now. So go into wherever the file is, and on a Mac, I just right click and go down to get info. And on a PC, I think it's properties. Somewhere it should show the dimensions of the image. And on a Mac, it's right here. So 1023 by 1539. So we can use that to scale this up. Let's go back over to the channel box by clicking this button up here. And currently this is at an odd scale. So I'm just going to do 1 for that. And 1023. So I'm going to go 1023. And it's going to freak out because that's a massive distance, as you can tell. But all we're trying to do is get that ratio for right now. So 1023, 1539. We want to go in the Z direction, we can see here. So let's type in 1539 there. And so this thing is massive now, okay? And that's fine, but we now have the correct dimensions of this image at least. So let's scale this back down to something more manageable. And now we have our reference image and it's properly scaled to the right dimensions. And if we wanted to lock this in, we can just freeze the transformations. And what I mean is, you know, all of these numbers are a little weird right here. And if we want to have it be a little more clean, we can just freeze the transformations so that it'll be one in all of the scale dimensions. So let's go to Edit. So let's go to Modify, Freeze Transformations. And now you can see everything went to 1 and everything else is 0. Let's duplicate this and rotate it in 90 degrees. And now let's go to the front view and let's just line up the drawing to be right in the center of our grid here. We can see where 0 and 0 for X and Y are. So we need to just center this thing up so it's roughly in the center of the scene so that everything that we model can be symmetrical and mirrored over to the other side. So that's pretty good. Let's go to the other side, the one that we duplicated and rotated. So let me back up because it looks like we didn't do anything. So, you know, we moved this one to the center, but this one is still rotated 90 degrees and we haven't moved it in any direction yet. The reason we rotated it 90 degrees is because this is going to be the side view. So we want to line up this image to the right to be in the middle. And sometimes, you know, these might very well be two different images. So you might have to create a new shader and apply a new shader with the new texture on it, just like we did already with this one. You might have to do that again if you have a different image. And so let's go to the right view. And now we can see this one. We can see our kind of 0 axis here. And this is kind of up to you where, you know, you can kind of eyeball it. You might just kind of split the difference and maybe look at the neck or the spine or something like that. But this roughly needs to be in the center as well. So if you wanted to kind of minimize the distraction of having this other image here, we can go to our custom menu, go to the edge loop, and we could create an edge loop here. And we could just drag it over to wherever we wanted it, basically, and hit V. And with the selection tool selected with the Q, let's go to face, and we can just delete that. So now all we have is this side view, and we could do the same for this side as well. It doesn't really bother me, and it might be nice to kind of have this in the same view when we're modeling the front. So I'm just going to leave that for now. One last thing I'd say about reference images is that when you're modeling, it's a little distracting if these are selectable. You know, say you're modeling a cube in here or something like that to make the skull, and you keep accidentally selecting the reference image. So one way to get around that is to click and drag, select everything, and let's first put these in their own group and call them reference. So it's a little more tidy in the outliner. And then let's go over to the display tab over here and hit this far right button. When we do that, it adds these images to a new display layer. Okay, all that means is it gives us a little bit more functionality that we can turn these on and off, but it also means that we can template these really easily or reference them. So with template, it'll only make these outlines. But if we click this third button one more time, we get an R, and that means reference. So when we click, we can't actually click these anymore. So we can always turn that off again by hitting that. But let's keep that on R so that when we start modeling, we won't be accidentally selecting the reference images. And I'm just going to rename this display layer reference. Oh, and it says it already exists, so you might need to add like a little suffix like a disp or something like that. Okay, I'll see you in the next lesson where we will get started modeling. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to this lesson where we will continue working on the skull head. In the previous lesson, since you've last watched, I have finished following the outline of the silhouette of the concept art, and now we can move over to the right view, holding down spacebar, left clicking, and going to right view.
Now we can see this is still kind of a box shape, and so we have a lot of work to do to pull this around correctly. One thing you'll also keep in mind is the fact that this is, there aren't any subdivisions on the face yet. So we're going to still work kind of in a boxy fashion for as long as we need to. And then I'm going to show you an interesting technique we can use to try to sculpt a more rounded shape here. So I'm going to go into my vertice mode here and just start pulling vertices around. I'm going to hit B to pull on soft select just because I know the vertices around it are going to need to be over there somewhere. And also I'm going to remember that I need to turn off soft select, and we're going to the inside edge of this concept art because the drawing lines are very thick. So we can also see where there's some discrepancy in where the actual top of the head was finishing. But of course, these drawings are not perfect. And this is where the skill of modeling comes into play, where you need to be able to interpret art and understand shapes in 3 dimensions, going from a 2D drawing. So this is really the skill that's going to take quite some time to become proficient at. But again, you have to start somewhere. And so I'm going to speed this up for right now, and then I will see you in 1 second. So now that we have this side profile done, I'm going to go over here to the attribute editor and just turn down the transparency so we can actually see the object. You can see it has a lot of kind of ugly shapes to it right now. It's not circular in any way. So we need to resolve this somehow, okay? And because we can see that it's just kind of doesn't respect the 3 dimensions of this object in any way. Like the nose goes all the way across. So we need to start dealing with that. And we can do that with adding more geometry here on the front because we can see there is none. So for us to resolve this, we need to add a lot of geometry here. But the problem is if we start adding edge loops, I'm going to click the edge loop tool, go to the tool settings, go to multiple edge loops, and let's add a bunch of geometry here. It all kind of concentrates up here through the top, and that's not really what we want. We want to have the type of edge flow and topology we talked about earlier where things can redirect and whatnot. That's where the edge technique works sometimes. So we could start with I'm just going to undo that. We could start with just a new plane and start working that way. We could also just kind of roughen the shape here with that topology that we don't like, and then re-topologize it. And I'll explain how that works as well. So let's go ahead and go with the method that we tried here and add all this topology, okay? Let's go in both directions here. So we have all this topology now. And I'm going to right click and go to object mode. But it's very boxy, like I said. So one thing that we can do is go to poly modeling and bring up a sphere. Because I know the general shape of this skull should be circular. And I'm going to turn down the transparency again on the one we're currently working on and assign a new shader to the sphere so we can see that. So I'm going to right click on it and go to assign new material, choose a Lambert, and now we can see that through. So I'm going to turn this one up back a little bit because I still kind of want to see where it is relative to that. So basically what I'm doing is I'm trying to create the form of the top of the head, roughly. And it looks like the back is the only thing that's kind of messed up maybe. So I'm just kind of getting this in a general shape. And I'm going to go to the vertex mode, and I'm going to make sure symmetry is on, which it is. And if you don't remember how to do that, go to the tool settings, get on the symmetry settings. And remember, we left that on from when I showed you how to do that. So I'm going to hit B, and I'm going to hold down B and middle mouse drag. So now I have a soft selection. So now what I can do is drag this in, and it looks like I need to go in quite a bit. So I'm going to actually do a really big soft selection back here and select more of those vertices. And I know it's going to do it evenly because we have soft selection on. So something like that. I'm just going to drag this, maybe reduce the soft selection a little bit. Drag this back. But the idea is just to kind of roughly get a more circular shape, and for these top areas. So I'm going to right click and go to object mode to get off of that. I'm going to select this object, and then I'm going to actually select the sphere and go to this little magnet up here. When we click this, you can see right here it changed from no live surface to psphere 1, which is the name of this object here, which we can't, it's hard to click there. But you can see that the outlines turn green. And what that indicates to us is the fact that if we go to a component mode like vertex, and I click one of these, and I start to drag this around, it's going to snap to that sphere. And I can move this all around, and it's going to snap to the sphere. You can see if we hit 4, there's a lot of crazy stuff happening though, because we have soft select on. So it's best not to use soft select with this method and just do individual points. But as soon as I touch this, it's going to snap down. So I can go through these and kind of get them, in the general area of this sphere. Let me choose several of them without soft select and see if we can do kind of more than one at once. You can see it doesn't really like that. So you will have to kind of go through one by one. And if you're click dragging, selecting, you're going to probably select things behind this. So you want to be careful about that as well. So I'm going to take a minute to snap all of these points to the sphere. And just really quickly, I'm going to turn off symmetry. There's also a shortcut for it up here. I can just turn that off. And I'm going to select everything from the kind of top portion here, except for maybe this bottom row. Let's turn on 6 again, just so we can see the texture. Yeah, I'm going to turn on, I'm not going to select that bottom row here. And I'm just going to move everything, let's say down, but as I try to move it down, it's going to snap it. So it's spazzing out, and that's okay. We can clean this up later. And the other method we can use is to use the relax tool. So I'm going to go to object mode, select this, and go to the sculpting tools, go to relax. And with a larger brush, I'm just going to kind of click and drag on these. And we've kind of at this point abandoned the symmetry of the model. And that's okay, because we're going to essentially retopologize this thing. And I'll show you what that means a little bit later. But we basically just kind of want to get the forms down. We could also later on do the symmetry thing where we kind of delete one half and then mirror it over. There's a lot of different ways to work, and there's no one right way. There's just, you should know as many ways as as you need, so that when the time comes, you can kind of dip into that tool set and take advantage of all that knowledge, which is why it's helpful to learn techniques that you may not use immediately, so that later on, when you run across problems, you can deal with that. So if we go back to texture mode with 6, I'm going to hide the sphere, Control H. I'm going to look at this model. It's obviously a lot more rounded. There's still some issues here and back here in the corners, but for the most part, it's a quick way to get a more rounder shape instead of having to pull, vertice by vertice over. Of course, the bad thing is there is a lot of geometry here that we probably don't need. And in the previous step, we could have just probably gotten away with a lot less geometry. You can also just reduce this stuff, doing like selecting like every other one and reducing the amount of topology here. So I'm going to shift right click and go to delete edge. And I'm going to do the same thing in the front. And I'm just going to take out every other, edge and shift left click, go to delete edge. So we don't have to pull as many points around when we're editing things. That's one important thing to keep in mind. Early stages of modeling is to keep it as light as possible so that when you're editing, you're not having to pull a ton of points around. So I'm going to continue to clean this up with the Relax Sculpt tool, and I will see you in the next lesson. Thanks for watching. Now we have the top of the head kind of looking remotely like a skull shape. So let's move down the head and see how we can continue to refine this. And we still have the P-sphere marked as a make live surface, so we need to turn that off if we're going to continue to work. So let's let's look more at the sculpting tools that we have here. Let's actually, one thing I also like to do is to duplicate out kind of the stage I'm at. So I'm going to hit Command D, and I'm just going to hide this so that I can work on this without fear of having to undo, 100 brush strokes or something crazy. I can just pull this one back up and continue modeling. So that's one technique I like to do, is to kind of duplicate it out to kind of save kind of where I'm at. So let's look at these sculpting tools, and it's kind of arranged by how likely you are to use it, basically. So we have the kind of classic sculpt tool, where if we click and drag on it, it's going to pull out points, and if we control hold down, it's going to push points in. If we hit shift, it's going to smooth points out. So with one tool, we can do a lot of what we need to do on this model. And again, I don't have symmetry turned on, which is not a huge deal, because later on we're going to delete this half, and this, for right now, it's just kind of for ease of use to kind of be an artist and work kind of more freeform. You don't always have to be super strict. So I'm holding down shift and smoothing these kind of corners out with the sculpt tool, so that we can kind of bring in those corners and round everything off a little better on this kind of dimension that we don't have a drawing for, which is kind of this 3/4 dimension here. So I'm just holding down shift and dragging, and so I'm going to bring all of this stuff in, and I'm going to kind of just smooth this stuff down on the corners mostly is what I'm looking at, just to kind of generally get this stuff going in the right direction. And I'm going to undo that a little bit, I think, because the cheekbone, oh no, sorry, yeah, that's the nose. So we definitely want this part in, because the nose, the only part of the nose that should be poking out is obviously in the middle of the model. So I'm actually going to hold down Control and push this geometry in, so it's a little more aggressive of a brush. So I'm going to push it in from different angles, and then I'm going to hold down Shift and smooth that stuff out to try to get it back to a better shape. So I'm just holding down Shift, and yeah, it's looking a lot better than from when we started. Pretty quickly you can get to a decent spot without having to do too many crazy things. So, okay, let's look at this nose issue here. So I'm going to grab an edge, and I'm going to hold down, actually going to hit B to bring up soft select. I'm going to hold down B and just make it a small area so it grabs the ones around it. And then I'm going to go to this kind of a view so I can grab these and control click deselect kind of the neighbors. And I'm going to bring this one in as well. We're going to use this. I'm going to hit R to bring up scale and scale this kind of flat. If you want this not to go past negative, like this can go, let me undo that so it's a little easier to see. See how I can go past negative over here, right? I can go through the manipulator. If we hold down R and click, we can go to prevent negative scale, Let's turn that on and see what happens. Boop, we get a straight line. So that's a really nice way to get a straight line on a model. So I'm just going to do that again here. Keep dragging that. And then now we know that something like this over here, whoop, I selected through it, so I'm going to control click that. Should definitely be way back, you know, something in here, right? Because the nose should be a pretty pronounced shape by itself, and it shouldn't be competing with the cheekbones, of course. So I'm just scaling stuff and bringing it in so that we can kind of start to shape out this cheekbone area as well. So it looks like we're starting to lose some of the form here. So I'm just going to pull some of this stuff back out with soft select still on to make sure we're trying to maintain the shape, the overall shape of this thing. I'm going to go to the sculpt tools again and just kind of smooth out this area again. And you do want to be careful when you start smoothing, and there's not a ton of geometry here to support this. If I smooth this, it's going to start snapping this stuff back out and get rid of the work I already did. So I want to undo that and just maybe relax the model to bring in more geometry. So I'm going to click the one we were familiar with already and try to bring in some of this geometry from the right. Cool. So that's looking a little bit better. And we can kind of look at it from all different angles. So I like to see, it's kind of hard to see the shape of something if you aren't seeing it from a glancing angle, meaning, you know, I'm looking on the surface. I want to see the profile, the silhouette of the surface to kind of see what's actually happening there. You know, here we can see there's a divot. It's kind of hard to see that divot when you're looking at it straight ahead. But when you go at this glancing angle, you can see that we've, you know, gotten rid of that shape, which is just a matter of pulling that stuff back out. We can turn the P-sphere back into a make live surface and then just pull that stuff out vertex by vertex. Even though it's hidden, it will respect that make live surface, so we can get that shape back. After all the work we were doing pushing and pulling stuff around, it got rid of that shape. Looks like that was a little too much, so I'm going to turn that make live back off. So we've solved that problem. And I'm just, you know, constantly kind of seeing what the state of affairs is and what the next thing we need to be doing. So we've made some progress and we learned about sculpting tools. I'll see you in the next lesson where we will start to model the eyes. Thanks for watching. In this lesson, we're going to start to model the eyes. And we're also going to clean up the model a little bit. When we start modeling, it's kind of like a sculptor with clay. It gets pretty messy, right? And that's okay. We're trying to find the form from the reference and kind of whittle away and build up and whittle away again and smooth out. So things can get pretty messy with the topology that we learned about. Should, you know, be pretty, follow the right kind of line flow and all that kind of stuff. But at the early stages, you know, you shouldn't be worrying about that too much and just kind of finding the form of it. So to clean up the model, I'm actually going to delete the left side. So I'm going to go to the front view, and before I delete the left side, I'm going to go to the edge mode, and I'm going to double click this kind of middle edge here. I'm going to go to scale, and because we have the negative scale attribute set, if I hold down R and left click, prevent negative scale is turned on. When I scale this, it's going to flatten out that edge. And if I hit W and then X and hold down X, it's going to snap this edge to the center line of the world here. So now I know if I go to my face mode and I select all the faces on this left side, I can just hit delete. And there might be some stray pieces that you need to grab, but you know, make sure you're not grabbing anything on the other side. So now we're working with just one side, and that's okay. So what we need to do is start to look at the line flow a little bit more so we can start to define areas that we need to work on, like the eye. So I'm going to scale this one in similarly as I had done before. And actually I'm gonna deselect this top because I liked the sphere that we had going up here. So I'm gonna deselect those and then scale in this just kind of the front area here and push it over, because we know we want the nose to have, you know, lines here. And if we look at the reference image, we know we're gonna at the bare minimum, we're going to need a line here to hold the inner part of the eye. And I'm doing this now because we need to look at modeling the eye socket itself and deleting part of the geometry we already have and using the edge modeling technique instead for right now. So I'm going to go back to the perspective mode and kind of take stock of this, where the edges are, and see what I need to pull over possibly. And I think we could maybe pull some of this over and deselect to the top. I'm going to go back to the front view. Now that I've made that decision, hit 4 to see that I have deselected the back side of this thing the way that I want. I'm going to drag this over and deselect some of this stuff and drag it over. I'm going to deselect the bottom kind of area and just trying to get this this edge flow to start going a little more down the model as you would predict it. So we can smooth that stuff out later, but what I'm trying to get at here is hit 6 on the keyboard, is we are going to delete these faces. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the front view with this texture turned on so we can see the reference image. I'm going to select the faces that encompass this eye socket and delete them. We could extrude them if we wanted to. So another method could be, going to custom and extruding this and we go to the perspective view, and we could, keep faces on and kind of scale this in and try to make the eye socket this way. But to me, it's just kind of too messy, and I would rather just kind of start from scratch and focus on making one component of the skull really well, and then trying to just figure out later how to connect it up. So I just hit delete on that to delete it. And I'm going to bring in, actually, I'm just going to work with the edges that we already have. So I'm going to go to the front view, and I'm going to grab this edge here, and I'm going to start to really think about the edges and pull this in and rotate it and get it to a point that is somewhat representative of the outline of the eye. And I'm doing like every other edge because I know the edge above it is going to follow. So again, when you think about edge flow, we're going to start to see areas get pulled in ways that we can't really resolve right now. So what I'm going to do is actually just delete this face, and I'm going to bring this edge over. Actually, I'm going to make another edge loop because I want to leave that inner edge. So I'm going to undo that super quick and just hit the edge loop tool. Oop, I do not want 10 edge loops right there. So I'm going to click the tool settings, go to 1, doing it in the center is fine. And what I'm going to do is delete this face here and turn off all this stuff so we get a better view. So now I have this kind of free edge. Let me get in here. Now I have this free edge to start a different direction. Okay, so I'm going to go to the right view to make sure we're kind of in line with where we need to be there. We can see that this is way too far back, so I'm going to push this way back. And I'm going to do the same here. And I know we can do that now because we have that extra edge loop to hold the nose bridge. So now I know I can pull this stuff around and be roughly in the right spot and still keep that the bridge. I want to make sure that I'm not selecting that one, the bridge edge loop, as I'm going through here. So I'm just going to bring this stuff in and make sure we're kind of getting in the ballpark. A lot of modeling is a lot of back and forth, especially if you don't have a ton of experience. This is time-consuming stuff, like most aspects of 3D, that you are bound to learn if you haven't already. So this is just part of modeling and learning 3D is, taking your time and trying to imagine this stuff in 3D and making that a reality here in the computer by pulling points around. And so this really starts to stress how you interpret things in 3D space, because we don't have, like I said, it's not like we have a drawing from every single angle that we're looking at. We have to interpret based on the art what we think the outline of this should be. Cool. So we kind of started getting it in the right space, the right depth. And you can also see why we're trying to work with as few edges as possible, because it makes the work go so much quicker. So here's another example of me wanting to split off from the current edge flow. So I'm going to click the create edge loop. I'm going to go to the tool settings and turn on relative distance so I can put this wherever I want it, which is right here at the top, right? I want an edge loop here so that now I can take this edge and extrude it and just pull this out. I'm not worrying about everything above it right now. I just want to make sure that we're doing the eye correctly at this time. And I'll worry about connecting everything up later. That's why I taught the topology part first. So you'd understand the fact that, and I can actually just pull this. If there's like a straight line, a roughly straight line, I'm gonna hit G to extrude again. If there's roughly a straight line, you can just, I'm gonna go to perspective mode to make sure I'm rotating this edge in the right direction. If there's roughly a straight line like this in the design, you could just pull this edge out super far and then make edge loops later on it where there should be. So just to move and work a lot quicker, that's one way to do it. So kind of wherever there's a kind of turning point in the shape, I'm gonna hit G again. Okay, hit G. It looks like we missed the shortcut there, so I'm gonna hit extrude from the menu. But that just to work a lot quicker, to pull edges past, you don't have to stop every little centimeter to create an edge loop. You can pull things really far and then make new edge loops later. So when things start to turn a corner, you will have to obviously have more edge loops like this, but take advantage of those straight areas so that you can not have to worry about it too much. I'm also going to hold down R, left click, and go to component. And now I can kind of scale up and down, because before we were scaling up like object space, which was up and down in world. So in component mode, it's taking into account where the line is. So we're going up and down the line itself now, which is very, very helpful, scaling things appropriately for what our needs are at the moment. So I'm just going to continue to drag this stuff out and make one last edge loop here. Extrusion, that is. And cool. Now I'm just going to select this edge and I'm going to go to edit mesh, merge, and I'm just going to increase the tolerance until those snap together. And we have the outer kind of rim of the eye now. So that's looking pretty good considering how messy it was before. This still probably looks pretty messy to your eye, but let's look at it from the right view and get things lined up now. So I'm going to go to the face mode because, I can't, it's harder to click the edge that we would be going for there. So this is going to make things go a lot quicker. Now I can actually select this kind of middle edge here to get this going in the right direction. Cool. So it's kind of, all about switching between views. And again, here you can see where the two drawings don't really line up. They don't sync up with what the drawing has. So you kind of have to start to interpret for yourself in three-dimensional space what should be happening. So I'm hitting B, holding down B to change the size of it here, and just trying to get things kind of roughly in the right area in Z space as well. What we need to start thinking about too. So I'm just trying to get this stuff out of the way so we can actually model the eye socket. So you can see how modeling is very time consuming and it is a difficult job. You know, I have a lot of respect for people who this is all they do at studios is create models like this. It's not an easy job artistically and you know, technically. It's quite challenging. So as I make changes to it from different views, you know, it's kind of like pushing and pulling it. I want to make sure that it's still roughly in the same area, and I may have to just kind of split the difference on how the two drawings are not lining up. So, but what I want to make sure is that the general kind of the general idea of this the kind of teardrop shape is starting to take form in the eye socket. So let's just pull that there. Once we have this done, I'm going to go to the edge mode here. I'm going to double click and you can see now we have this kind of inner ring. I'm going to extrude them all at the same time. I'm going to go to the perspective mode and I'm going to see how well this stuff wants to extrude in. I might just grab this from the center. Oh, we need to keep faces on together on and drag this stuff in. And I'm gonna hit R and scale this from the center now. And we can start to see us getting the edges of this thing, this socket working. I'm gonna hit G again. Oh, extrusion did not work, so I'm just gonna choose it there. Hit W to just pull the move tool and just drag this stuff back. So now we have kind of the general idea of this socket. If I go to the front view, I want to make sure that, you know, oh, we didn't have keep faces together on there. That's why when I was double clicking, it was not going around the edge loop. So now when I double click it, it will go all the way around. So I'm just going to scale this stuff out and double click this, scale this out. So we can start to see this go in the depth, right? Go inside the skull. And I'm going to pull that one back a little further. Cool. So we start to make the eye socket, and now we need to resolve how this starts to fit with the rest of the model. And we'll do that in the next lesson. Thanks for watching. In this lesson, we're going to continue to work on the eye socket and figure out how to connect it to the rest of the head. So I'm going to turn on the wireframe on shaded here with this little button so we can kind of see where the wireframe is. When you're doing anything like this, we kind of just made this eye socket however we need to make it to follow the reference. Now we need to resolve how it fits in with the rest of the model. So the first thing I do is just try to line up where edges should meet. So we have one edge here and two edges here. So we know we're going to need to add an edge loop here. So I'm going to go through the whole model and look at that kind of a thing and add edge loops where I see that they're needed. So with that in mind, I'm going to run through the model real quick and add edge loops. I'll go up to the edge loop tool and add it. And as soon as I add an edge loop, I also want to try to maintain the shape that I've started to create. So I need to pull it up. I can't just add an edge loop and expect it to, you know, maintain the type of shape I want it to, because it'll just be a straight line. So I'm going to go through here and kind of line up these edges. This one will go to that one. It looks like we need one in here, so I'll hit G and add one there and then pull this out just a touch. And so then we got these two, and then we have, maybe we need two here, it looks like. And then that one will go to that one to that one. And one thing I also want to note is you want to try to maintain the edge flow. Like when we were talking about topology earlier, you know, see how far away this edge, like there was this edge that's going in this direction, and then it takes like a 60-degree turn, and then it starts going straight again. You don't want edges like this, right? You want them to line up with the edge flow. So they're all in a straight line for the most part until they're needed to be moved. But, you know, there's no reason for these to be out of whack like they are. So you need to kind of rein the topology in as you continue to tweak things and correct your model. So I'm just going to pull this one over as well. And I think eventually we'll have to resolve this issue over here on the nose, but I'm going to save that for another video when we're working on the nose. Right now, let's just focus on the eye socket, try to get this stuff in line. Okay, so now let's start at the top. And what we can use is the append to polygon tool. So because this is too far of a gap to try to merge these edges together, we need to create new geometry here. So let's do that with the append to polygon tool right here. And I can just click here and click there. And I'm going to hit enter. And I'm not going to continue to, go down the model in the same with the same tool, because we need, every time I hit enter, it makes those edge loops. So I want to make sure that it's making those. So I'm doing it face by face. So now what do? We're faced with a triangle here. So what I would suggest doing is, we haven't flipped the model over yet. There's nothing over here. What I would suggest doing is just running this edge loop with the multicut tool, clicking on a vertex here, and just running it all the way through to the other side of the model. And now we have two triangles, one empty and one filled. So let's just take this face, make sure we're on the face mode, click it and hit delete. Now we have a quad. Now we can use the append to polygon tool and make sure that we do not have a triangle in that area. And we're also not working with any n-gons yet, which is good. I'm gonna hit G and just keep going. And I will speed up the video and I'll see you 1 second. One thing I do want to note is, you can't just take everything for granted. You have to be very precise with every vertex. So, I got to make room for this new edge flow. So I got to move the vertice. Don't just allow the model to kind of be whatever it is. You have to touch every single vertice and make sure it's precisely where you want it to be at all times. So keep that in mind. All right, now we have the eye socket attached to the rest of the head. I'm going to increase the transparency here, or I guess decrease it really. I'm going to slide over to the very end. You can see we have all this history now. It takes a long time to get to the shader. So one thing I can do to help clean up the model, so it doesn't, I'm clicking and holding this and we're seeing the tabs just scroll by. I'm going to go ahead and delete the history on this so that you'll watch the tabs over here. Now it's much cleaner, and now we can get straight to the shader so that we can adjust this transparency and see it in a more shaded mode. And I'm going to turn off the wireframe on shaded option here. And these edges are very hard for the mesh display just because we created them by themselves. So the normals are kind of a little wonky, but we can kind of start to get a sense of the shape of the thing. And as we've continue to refine the model, we need to try to keep it on on model where we want it to be. So I'm just going to take a second to hold down shift and kind of smooth this area out. And I'm also going to use the pull. I don't think we've used this one yet, but the pull one is very useful. Or they call it the grab tool. So you can just click and kind of drag stuff around. And this one is very, very useful to just kind of get stuff in the right spot. And it looks like, as I do that, let me undo that super quick. It looks like the model got moved at some point. So I'm just going to drag this back down. Let me look at the outliner, or the, let me undo that. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know how that, I don't know how that happened. Well, it's recorded, so I'm sure we could do some detective work, but, you can just kind of, yeah, it looks like it got a little out of whack. Maybe when I was moving around at some point. Sometimes that happens when you're navigating. You can accidentally move something if you have the move tool selected. So it's usually better to navigate around with the select tool so you're not actually moving things while you're navigating in the viewport. So I'm going to go back to the grab tool, grab this stuff to try to match the silhouette of the drawing again, and smooth stuff as well. Even though we're on the grab tool, you can still smooth things. That kind of modifier key works with multiple tools. So I'm just kind of smoothing things and grabbing them and back out, smooth this kind of hard edge there, and kind of refine the shape of this eye socket to make sure it's kind of a teardrop shape, because there's some straight edges here that I think could be slightly curved and brought in. Do that. I'm trying to get the inners along with it. So you just have to kind of move around, and we might need another edge loop in here. I'm going to go ahead and do that, because this is a quite, you know, if you look at the distance between these edges, it's quite a long way. And this is actually a good moment to talk about the slide tool. So like if I like the shape of this thing, but I just want to drag this edge down, and you see how it's changing the shape of everything, I can actually use the slide tool. And there's a couple different ways you can get to it. I like to just use the modeling tool set up here by clicking this little button, and we can go to the transform constrain and look at our options. We have the edge slide. So we click that, you can see it says slide now, and also when we move it, it's kind of maintaining that shape. So we can just slide edges around if we need to kind of make room for other edges. So I'm going to slide this one down just a touch and turn this off so that we're not having to deal with that later, and bring in a new edge loop here with the insert edge loop tool. And that way when I use the sculpting grab tool, I'll actually have something to move. Just wanted to move that in slightly. And I think my brush is too big, so I'm going to hold down B and middle mouse drag in the viewport. Just kind of push that around. Maybe hit smooth just a touch here. Holding down shift. And yeah, that's looking a little bit better. We can continue to refine this later on, smooth out kind of hard edges here so it has a nice shape to it. And I'll see you in the next lesson where we will approach how to deal with the nose area here. If we look at the reference, there's an inset there. So we need to deal with the nose in the next lesson. Thanks for watching. In this lesson, we're going to tackle the nose. So I'm going to turn off that so I get a little more screen space here. And I have my wireframe on shaded turned on here, and I turned down the transparency so we can see through a little bit. But basically what we're trying to do is create a triangle here where we have a lot of quads. And we are probably also going to need to build this out a little further as well. But first, let's try to get the line flow in here that will help support this type of a nose shape, because it looks like the indication here is the fact that this is going in and it's kind of a hole here. So let's grab the multi-cut tool, and we'll go to the front view just so we can kind of get a better view of what we're doing. And let's create a new edge loop here and go down this way. But if we went straight across, we'd create a triangle. So let's put a point out here and then continue down. And let's just keep going and do the same thing over here. We don't want to create a triangle by connecting this one, so we'll put a point there, and then just go straight across and hit enter. Now we need to solve this problem. We basically just need to connect these two things. So that creates two quads here, and we'll do the same thing here. So we may need to add another edge loop. You can see that this kind of edge flow is kind of like a reverse C shape. And if we tried to create a new edge loop, it will reflect that. So it's going around like that. So let's put another one here and kind of go back to perspective mode, because we're going to need to pull this stuff out to help support the nose. So I'm going to go to vertex, and let's see, let's just pull this stuff out. I'm just going to scale this in, hold down R to get back to object mode. Scale this stuff forward, pull it forward, and I think we'll probably also need some more geometry overall here because it's stretching so much to try to reach. So we may do that. We may also just pull these back. Instead of having those be the front ones, we can just use these as kind of the in-betweens and pull this one back as well. So you're constantly just kind of reevaluating, like, what's the best way to do this, you know? Nothing is set in stone.
when you're working like this. So you just kind of keep going forward and finding out where the problems are and trying to fix those problems. So we've got something like this so far. I think we may need an extra edge loop here because it's stretching so much. We could also put an edge loop here and pull this over. So we're kind of squeezing this stuff down. And let's just kind of get this in the ballpark for right now and try to work as quickly as we can. And we go back to the front view. Yeah, it looks like this stuff is down pretty low. So I'm going to turn back on the slide function here from the modeling menu and transform constrain. I'm going to go, let's do surface slide since we're using vertices. And let's see, if we just slide this stuff around, let's go back to perspective to make sure that's working. Yeah, it's going to stay on the surface, which is kind of what we want. We don't want to change the shape just yet. We're trying to get these edges where we want them to be. So I'm going to select all this and go back to perspective because invariably we'll select things behind it and just kind of move all this stuff up. Same thing with these. I think all of these need to go up. And these are probably going to go out. Let's see, we're kind of just switching back and forth between views to make sure we're kind of going in the right direction. And in general, when you're doing modeling like this, anywhere that you put lines closer together are going to help define an edge, and that'll become more clear in a minute. But that's kind of the reason why these are closer together than say the other one, or something further away. So I'm just trying to move this stuff over to match the outline of the black area. So it looks like we probably could use an extra edge loop here. I'm going to try to hold off. I try to delay adding geometry as much as I can because it does add just so much more complexity. And, as we're pulling points like this, it's just that much more stuff that you have to deal with. So I try to avoid it as much as possible until the last possible second and say, you know what, all right, I need an extra edge loop here. So just getting this stuff around. I'll probably speed this up and I'll see you in a second. Okay, so now that I have that kind of matching the silhouette, now I need to deal with this kind of a thing. So it looks like this stuff needs to be a straight line, right? So if we're looking at in the front view, we can see from this vertice up to this vertice should be kind of a straight line. So this is the furthest point out and this is back on the face. But when we go into perspective mode, we can see that's not really the case. And again, that's part of the difference of these two drawings. This point should really be over here somewhere, I think, but the drawings don't really reflect that. So we have to interpret for ourselves, where do we really want this nose? And how big of a nose should this actually be? I think the front one is a little too large. If we were to do this one here, it would just be a massive nose, right? Look at this in profile, or 3/4. The nose cavity would just be massive. So I think the side view is more accurate. And what I may do is cut this off sooner with the edge flow that we made. Instead of it going down so far, let's just cut it off here instead. So I'm going to go back with the multi-cut tool here and make those adjustments. So let's see. What we did was we added this line, and we can see where it created this corner. We just want to move that up for this, let's see, for this line to be here, let's imagine this is the right corner here. So this needs to be pulled over here to this corner. Let me make that first. So let's say this is the corner kind of a thing that's going to hold it. So this is just kind of the problem solving you have to do when you're modeling. So basically, we're rerouting this one down to this corner. So this one would go, well, but we want that. Oh, yeah, right. We just need to get rid of these. Or no, we want to keep those. This gets confusing for me too. Let's just delete this and see where we get. Yeah, sometimes when I right click, it doesn't really enjoy that. Okay. Let's delete this. Let's delete this. Okay. Yeah, okay, so this, we just need to add an edge loop here, basically, and call it a day. Yeah, let's bring it, yeah, let's do it here. So we're just doing what we did earlier. We're just bringing it up a level. So that now we can bring these vertices kind of more in line with this edge here, right? All of these, if we go into our right view, should be lining up. This should be the silhouette, right? Or in theory, and, you know, we might do this and see like design-wise that doesn't work, but I always like to start with following the reference as close as possible, and then working back from there if that's not, you know, if it's not looking right, deviating from the reference after you give it a shot. So cool. So we're in the neighborhood, right? Like we're in the ballpark. So what we can do, if I go to face, right clicking and dragging, I think I went to multi-face or something. I want to be selecting only faces here. So we basically now have these faces that will kind of create the nose cavity. So if I extrude this, go click on the extrusion tool, keep faces together, and I'll just hit W to pull up the manipulator tool and just drag this back. Something like this. Maybe I'll rotate it and scale it down, because we want this should kind of continue. It shouldn't just cut off here. So I'm trying to rotate it so it's kind of like this, right? That should be, it should kind of be the opposite. So there's an internal triangle here. This should continue back like that. That looks right to me. Okay. So from extruding, we still have that kind of, this face we can just get rid of because this is going to go straight through to the other side. And this is going to be a hole there. So I'm going to delete those. And we're definitely going to need more edge loops on the inside here to support this. So let's get the edge tool and see what the edge flow, where that puts these edge loops. We need one. So let me just talk about this super quick. So if we hit 3 on our keyboard with this object selected, it's going to go into kind of this like fake smoothing. So we can see it rounds off all these edges. The issue is if there's not enough geometry in an area, it's going to kind of collapse down. So if we add geometry here, grab the edge loop tool again. Let's put one on the inside, and we're going close to the front here, close to the edge, because we want it to support this front edge. So that when we hit 3 again, let me get out of the tool so it'll show. It's much thicker here than before, right? And if we keep refining this and adding edge loops here to support that, you can see it starts to build out that front edge a lot more. Now you can see it's way thicker, right, than what we originally started with. So hitting 3 on the keyboard and smoothing might help kind of show where you're headed in that sense. I don't like how thin it is, how like the nose bone. So we need to address that. So I'm going to undo. I just wanted to show you the hitting 3 and what that means and why I'm putting edge loops where I am. And go back to 1. I want to make all these changes before I add those edge loops and all that support. So I want to make this thicker, this face, these faces basically. I'm just going to scale them. And you can change what you have selected by holding down Command and right-clicking and say 2 vertices. Let's go to vertices. And if I hit W and hit Control and middle mouse drag, it will kind of scale these vertices away from each other. So that's one very, 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 very handy modeling tooltip. It'll save you a ton of time. If I was trying to use the scale tool and do that, it would be a nightmare because this is a curve, right? They're all going in different directions. And the scale tool is not going to follow each one of those directions independently. It's going to do it all together. So again, that's middle mouse dragging with the move tool while holding down Control. That is a huge... it took me... I didn't know that for many, many years. And it has been incredibly helpful once I figured that one out. So yeah, we wanted this to be a lot thicker. And we just need to work on the shape of this thing. But this is the idea, right? We now have this kind of nose cavity mapped out. And we can start refining this. I'm going to clean this up a little bit, just kind of move these points around and probably try to have a bit more of this follow this type of a silhouette, bring these points out. But for the most part, this is the technique. We just made the nose. And I think what we'll find too is this might be a little too much exaggerated, like it's too far out. When you look at this from any other angle than this side, it kind of looks like a duckbill, but this is all part of modeling, and I'll see you in the next lesson where we will continue to refine this model a little bit. Thanks for watching. In this lesson, we're going to clean up this area of the nose, in between the nose and the eye here, that's kind of stretched out and doesn't have enough geometry here. So I don't know that I'm going to show you any new tools or techniques. So if you're not super into modeling, you might just skip this because I'm going to just kind of figure this out as I go along and clean this area up. But if you're into this kind of thing, you just want to see me work, let's just kind of continue on here. So the general idea is that, most geometry needs to be evenly spaced. And if you look around the model, things are within the same ballpark until we get right here. And there's this massive gap. And it kind of goes back to what I was saying when we hit 3 on the keyboard and things start to get stretched here quite a bit and pull more when they're further apart. So we kind of just for tidy's sake need to figure out how to clean this area up. So what I'm going to do is actually just delete this. Delete these faces. Make sure I didn't delete anything behind the head. And kind of rework this area. And because we need to have enough geometry here, we're always going to be fighting this if we don't deal with this now. So we might as well address this here before we get too much further and before we start to mirror things, mirror the face over, because we don't want to have this on both sides. So, there's a couple different ways to approach this. I think the star was way too close. Like you can see we have a lot more edges here than we do back here. So let's maybe move the star further back here. And we might need to create a few more edge loops in here or create another circle type of a deal. So let's take these edges and go to the edge mode. And we'll extrude those. I'm going to key faces together. And keep in mind that we're probably going to connect those two. Hit G to extrude again. Key faces together. And we'll go there. These two are going to connect. And then looks like we have one more. Like this one would go here. Yes, let's do that. We'll just extrude another time. Key faces on. And yeah, so this is the issue, right? Like we're going from 3 to 1 here. This is kind of bunched down so you can't see it super well. But we need to figure this out. And because it looks like this should flow here, but we have an extra couple of edge loops here. So we can try to resolve this further up the nose or down the nose. It depends on really what we want to do. I think I might go further up just because we don't have a ton of geometry in here. And I think this could stand to get moved over, like over here. So let's first make another edge loop that we're probably going to reduce at the top of the head somewhere. But yeah, let's go ahead and set that up here so we can continue. Let's make one edge loop at least. We know we're going to need. So we can see that goes all the way around. So let's deselect the part we want to keep. I'm going to hold down Control and drag and click. And let's just say we're going to resolve this and reduce this line up here somewhere. So I'm going to Shift, click, and go to Delete Edge. Because this edge went all the way around up into the nose, and we don't want that. We just want it on the bridge here. So we'll just have to remember up here we need to resolve this later. And you know what? I think we could probably do this again. And let's move this edge over. If I select this one and then double click up here, it'll just select that distance. And then I'm going to go to the modeling tool and choose the transform constrain, or we could, over here. Transform constrain, do edge slide, use the manipulator and just move that over here. And the same thing for this one, really. Double click and move this over to make room for another edge, I think. Do we need another edge? This is such a big area here. I'm going to go back to component mode, holding down R and go to component so I can scale this. Whoop. So I can scale. Oh, okay, that's weird. Oh, it's trying to go along the edge or something weird. So I'm going to turn that off. Now I can do it. So I'm just trying to kind of get everything organized to see what do we really need to do here. We may need to add some geometry here. So yeah, I'm just pulling this stuff around, seeing what we can get away with and what we don't need to address. So it looks like we have one extra edge, and I think it's kind of too close to make another one. So I'm just going to pull this one over. And what I think I'm going to do, I might just delete that one altogether. Let's see where that one leads. If we double click this, that's that one. So that's kind of weird. That's starting on the inside and going around, but I guess those are getting reduced here. You can see inside the nose. That's another place we could hide things and geometry terminating and stuff that we're never going to see. I mean, that's actually a pretty good possibility, but yeah, I don't think we need this one. So I think I'm actually going to do a big no-no and just delete this edge here. And we're going to have an N-gon back in here. I'm going to make it be this one. We could fix this. Let's just be clean about it and just say do this, right?
Same thing we've done everywhere else. Now it's not an n-gon, but you know, if you're pressed for time or something, like no one's ever going to look that far up their nose, hopefully. So let's start to merge these down and see kind of where we're at there. So I'm going to go to the Edit Mesh Merge tool and increase the tolerance. Hit G, increase the tolerance. And we might need to add geometry here. So, because remember, we're going to have a star somewhere. We had one down here, it was right next to the nose, which was no good. Because in general, you want to try to put the star where there's not a ton of deformation or things happening. So I think that's pretty good. The one thing we could do is put some supporting geometry around the bridge of the nose, around the nasal part here, and maybe one down here, and I think that's it. So let's extrude this edge out. And we don't have to worry about keeping faces together because it's a single face. Let's just put this over here. And hit G again, extrude that one out over here. Rotate that kind of down in the ballpark. Cool. Now let's just go back to merge. And I'm just going to tear this off so we can keep this up. Merge. That's merged. This is merged. And this. Oop, whatever, just hit G. Oh, the tolerance is not far enough. Oh, maybe not. Merge. Tolerance. Oh, I guess these two need to go first, maybe. Merge. Now let's merge these. Yep, that was it. Okay, now the issue is we have two pieces of geometry going into one area. You can see we have 3 edges here and 2 over here. We could maybe add an edge loop. Let's see what this looks like over here. We can maybe add an edge loop here. I don't really know how much that's really helping us. I think we could probably just get rid of this one. Delete the edge. Slide this one down. Yeah, I mean, I think that's good. And let's just bring these over. So that we can merge them down. And I think we will need to add some geometry. And I'm just drag selecting those to make sure they're merged. This distance is kind of far apart. So I think I'm going to add, what the heck, let's just add some geometry here. See where it goes all the way around. Is that useful? Yeah. Look how big of a space that is. We can move those over, but maybe that was the issue. Let's leave it for now. We can delete it here later or reduce it down, but I think we need it for this kind of cheek area. And the last thing I'm going to do is kind of pull this stuff around. I think instead of this kind of, what's giving this the duckbill look from this view, let's evaluate this. Does that look like a duckbill? I think it's the fact that it swoops up like this. And it should kind of be the opposite. It should be curving down. So let's ignore the reference and kind of remodel this to not be a duckbill. Let's move this down. So this is kind of like more in line with, let me undo this and just go to vertice. I'm going to soft select this stuff with B, hold down B and middle mouse drag,
pull this out. Yeah, I think in general, just as a skeleton, even though this is a cartoon, like the nose was way too big in profile, right? Like the bone in an actual skull is like much further up, and there's cartilage that finishes out the rest of the thing. I think that's what was throwing me off. So let's just, clean this up, and then I think we'll be good. So I'm just going to kind of round this off, and I might even do a quick pass with a relax brush. And I want to see how this is like a divot in. I want all this stuff to be the opposite. I want it to be kind of be bulging out down into where the nose terminates, to give all this stuff volume here. You'll hear the word volume a lot in modeling once you get into it. That's a big concept and a big deal, trying to maintain volume and describe a volume accurately. Is a big deal. So, okay, I think I lied. There's one more thing I'm going to do as well. I don't want to go that far with it. We can mess with this more later. Yeah, see how, this stuff is too far apart maybe. I want this here. We can just, do something like that. And I'll smooth this out to get rid of that divot here. But in general, that's kind of, see how it's like rounded out? It doesn't look like a duckbill now. It kind of more looks like a skull, I think. That's just my interpretation. And so the one thing I lied about is I think I'm going to put more edge loops here to kind of help support this edge. And I think we have room for it. And do the same on the inside here. And what I'm looking at basically is, we have no edge loops from here to all the way back. And we really want to support this front edge. So if we selected this, those need to be pulled up. Slide this up. Cool. Yeah, I think that's working a lot better. And if, this one could maybe... Anyway, that's the general idea. Cool. So I think we've done a pretty good job modeling the eye, modeling the nose. And we're not going to do a jaw and mouth and all that stuff in this, but the concept is the same, right? Like you could kind of delete this bottom half and then make a jaw here, or you could did what we did for the eye and just do it horizontally. And do edge loops here, go around and around, and it'll kind of be a circular thing. And then end them like we ended this corner here. Like you would, make a circle here, and then pull them to this corner or whatever corner, however far you wanted the mouth to go out, and make a mouth. But I'm gonna hit this with the relax brush and kind of even the stuff out. Especially this stuff back here needs to get relaxed a little bit. It's too close together, not even. So I'm going to hit that, and then I will see you in the next lesson. Thanks for watching.
In this lesson, we are already done with the skull, but before we move on to the rest of the body, I wanted to show you a deformer. So I'm going to hide the reference again, and we've completed this head, and I'm going to clean this stuff up just a little bit. Command clicking this stuff, grouping it. And what I want to show you is the deformers. So you can get to deformers from the animation menu and also the modeling menu. It's the exact same menu that you'll find in each. So I'm just going to tear this off, and with the head clicked, I'm going to go to lattice. Lattice is like the classic deformer that you're going to see a lot, use a lot probably. There's a ton of deformers here, but I really honestly only use maybe 4 of these, like very often. Kind of everything in the bottom half here is just editing. So really all the deformers here on the top half, and then editing existing deformers that you create is all down here. So let's create a lattice, and it is what you would think a lattice to be. It's kind of this grid shape here. We can go and change the subdivisions, just middle mouse dragging and cranking those up. But yeah, in general, I use lattices for very large changes. So in this case, when I looked at this head, I thought that the proportions weren't super great, like the forehead's a little too big. So instead of going in here and having to, turn on symmetry and get maybe the soft selection tool and like go really big and move stuff around that way, I prefer to use a lattice. And we can edit the lattice by right-clicking on it and going to lattice point. If you try to do that in front of the geometry, it's really hard. Well, I just did it, but sometimes that can be a little wonky because it'll keep thinking you want the geometry behind it. But, that's why I click on the edge where there's no geometry. I'm just going to get that back in object mode too. So now you can still use the soft selection on a lattice, of course. So hit B and all that stuff still works. But yeah, so this is, one way to just kind of squash down the proportions and get things kind of in a better spot than maybe what the reference had. Or, if you want to make a kid-like skull that has different proportions as opposed to an adult, this would be the way to go. So yeah, that's one way to do it. And those are lattices. One quick thing I also want to mention is the fact that, I've made these adjustments, and if I move the head, they're gone. So you have to make these adjustments inside the lattice, and the geometry has to stay inside the lattice. So a way to kind of keep these edits would be to, one, delete the history like we've done before, edit, delete by type, history, and it'll get rid of the lattice and keep the changes. The other thing that I want to do, because it's so early in the modeling phase here, we might not want to keep these changes later after we see the proportions of the body. Maybe those proportions work better. So what I would do is shift select both of these and middle mouse drag them under the head. And again, that's called parenting. We've done it before many times, but now when we move the head, the lattice will go with it, and so will the changes. And if we don't want to see the lattice, we can just go to show and turn off deformers here. And now we can keep going and have those, have that history kind of still there. And we can delete the lattice later and get back to whatever we wanted. But yeah, that is the lattice. I'll see you in the next lesson where we will discuss some other kind of interesting techniques to create the spine and ribs. Thanks for watching. In this lesson and the following lessons, we're going to speed things up a little bit now that we have the head done. And we are going to focus on the spine. So I'm going to unhide the reference, and I'm going to grab the reference in the head and command click them in Outliner and pull them both up so that the feet are kind of on 0 here. This is the world space where we have the grid turned on. We can turn that on and off here. So what I'm going to look at now is the spine. And I want to make one spine joint and then kind of populate it all the way down the spine. And we're going to do it in a similar way that we did on the hard surface modeling with one little extra trick. So I'm going to make the one spine bone now with a cylinder. And so I click the cylinder from the shelf, and I'm just going to drag this up just so it's kind of in the neighborhood. I'm going to go to a front view, holding down spacebar and left clicking there. And I'm going to add some subdivisions here, maybe 10, and maybe an extra cap on the end that we can't see, which is the top and bottom. And now I'm going to scale this down. I need to, so I'm typing over here instead of it registering as a shortcut. So I just need to click. I like to just click here to get that off. So I'm going to scale this down and go to the edges, double click the center edge here. So we're right in the middle. Turn on soft selection, hold down B and middle mouse drag. I like to hit control and the top one so that, if we were to do this in the middle, it's going to scale this down, up and down vertically. And I just want to go from X and Z, the horizontal axes. So I'm going to hold down control, click the Y axis and pull this in, something like this. Then I'm going to go to the object mode. Actually go to the edge mode, double click the top and the bottom edge here, turn off soft selection and bevel this, and maybe increase the fraction, maybe give it one segment zoom out and see how that looks. That looks like a spine bone to me. I might delete this edge here because if you look at this, it makes kind of a hard edge here, which I guess is okay. If you don't like that, you could just delete this edge. It's the fact that these two are close together, or what we could do is go to modeling, turn on transform constraint to be a surface slide or an edge slide, and then just scale these together so it kind of moves them down away from the edge there. Cool. So we have one spine joint. Let's go to the right view and hit F to frame up everything. And now we need to create a curve. So I'm going to go to Curves and Surfaces, click on the EP Curve tool, and I'm going to start kind of down here somewhere just to give us some room to go, because we don't want to start this motion path thing that we're going to do right exactly at the starting point, because the ends of it can get kind of wonky, how it interprets the rotation and direction of where it's aiming the thing. So, and plus the hip bone is going to be its own thing, right? Like this is going to be its own piece here. So I'm just doing this to give ourselves a little advantage. And I'm going to click in the middle of where the spine has been drawn and just keep clicking all the way up. And in here, you have to kind of just guess where it is. And the middle's up here, so the middle's probably here-ish. And then it reverses back and starts going back this way. And where am I going to end this? Like right at the base of the skull. Cool. I'm going to hit enter. Now we have our curve. So I'm going to attach this like a motion path like we've done before in the hard surface. So I need to go to animation, constrain, go down to motion paths. I'm going to tear this off because we're going to need this again in a little bit. I'm going to say attach to motion path. And you can see that it is not pointing the right way. So we need to go to the attribute editor and go over to motion path and start messing with these basically and try to figure out which way it needs to point to be up. So there we go. Front axis Y, up axis X. And now it is traveling down the spine bone. And we kind of want it to start in here probably. So the one little trick that we're going to add to this before we do the visualizing step that we did previously down here, create animation snapshot, we're going to set it as a flow path object. So when I click this, you can see it already. Let me undo it in case you missed that. When I click the flow path object, it's going to add a lattice. We're not going to see it because we have show deformers off from the last tutorial. So I'm going to turn deformers back on and click flow path object. And now you can see it kind of conform to the curve a little more. So this will just kind of automatically give us unique shape to each spine joint. Even though they're the exact same cylinder, their position along the curve is going to change their shape. So it's a really nice way to very quickly get some variation in each of these joints. So I'm going to click this and go back to visualize and create animation snapshot. I'm going to open up the menu here. And we basically need to set their increment based on the distance that we need to kind of intersect each one of these. But actually, before we do that, we need to change the motion path. If I select the node here, we get our keyframes at either end. And I showed this very quickly, and again, we're going to get back to this in animation, but if we go to Windows Animation Editor's graph editor, we can see that it starts slow and it ends slow. And we want it to be a consistent speed so that when we set the interval at where to create a new cylinder, that it's consistent, right? We don't want a bunch down here and a bunch at the top. They need to be consistent. So we're going to set that to linear by clicking the linear tangent handle there. And that's all we need to do. And we'll learn more about graph editor and tangents and all that kind of stuff later. So now with that set, we just need to set this interval at an appropriate interval with our cylinder selected and hit apply. And we can see already that we have an issue in that at some point along the curve, it starts to twist. So I'm going to hit undo. If we scroll this, we'll be able to see where that happens. So this is a goofy thing that Maya does where it doesn't know what the up axis is. If you're going vertically with the flow motion or flow path tool that we used. So the quick way around this I found, go back to perspective, is simply to rotate this thing down 90 degrees so that it is no longer, so that it is no longer vertical. And now when we scrub, we'll see that it's not twisting anymore. So it's doing what we expect it to do. It's still deforming it, but it's just not freaking out and twisting. So now we can hit apply, and we need, of course, the cylinder selected, and hit apply, and we'll see that, you know, they're too far apart. So we can just start dialing this down, 7, and they're still too far apart. So when I hit undo, it actually it depends on where your cursor is. So if I hit undo here, it actually made it back to 8. So I need to hit undo in the viewport for that to work. Let's go something a lot less, like 5. And that's getting pretty darn close, actually. So it looks like we're going to need like 5 and change on this. Let's do like 5.5. Apply, and that's pretty darn good, actually. That looks like a spine to me. So now we can rotate this thing back up. Let's go to the curve. Let's go to the curve in the outliner and turn this to 0. It'll bring all this stuff back up if we go into our right view. And it freaked out. So now that when we rotate it back up, it still freaks out. It twists some of these pieces. So we're going to need to bake that down before we rotate that back up. So let's go to the snapshot. And it looks like we made 2 at some point. So yep, that's that one. So let's select all of these spine joints. We'll group them. And then I'm going to hit Shift P to unparent. We could also just middle mouse drag it out of this snapshot group. So with the group selected, I'm going to go to Edit, Delete by Type, History. And now I can just rotate this group back up. So we can go 90 here. And let's rotate the curve back up just for fun. And let's hit F. And now we have all the twists out and we have a spine. Now, the one interesting thing we can do is, in case we want to adjust all of these together, is do a wire deformer. So let's learn another deformer. I'm going to hit 6 here just to see our reference, and I'm going to hide the cylinder and these lattice, Control H. So the wire tool is kind of, or the wire deformer is kind of unique. We need to select the curve, then go to Deform and go to Wire. And it'll say down here in the bottom left, select shapes to deform and press enter. So we need to select all of these shapes. So I'm going to shift select all of them and then hit enter. Select wire curves and press enter to finalize the operation. So now I need to select the curve and hit enter. And so now when I'm going to isolate select this so I can kind of right click on it a little easier and go to control vertex. When we select a CV in here, we should be able to move the spine. And this will just give us the ability to adjust the spine later in modeling if we need to, and so that each one of these pieces aren't independent from each other. So that's one really quick way to be able to adjust the spine, which is going to be nice because I can't really tell if this is actually a good path that was actually drawn here. I might need to adjust things a little bit. So this will give us that freedom. Awesome. So we learned about the wire deformer and how to model things quickly along a path. Thanks for watching. In this lesson, we're going to learn a few new deformers and create the ribs of Mr. Bones here. So we have our reference, we have our spine, we have our head. We can turn off deformers if we want, but we're actually going to need those in a second. So I'm just going to leave the deformers visible so we can see the lattice and everything else. So there's a couple different ways we could make the ribs. We could do box modeling where we create a box and we start extruding one of the faces here
going to right click and going to face, and then going to extrude, start pulling this out and hit G, start pulling that out and do this kind of a thing, right? Make a rib, go this way actually. That's one way. But I want to show you a deformer that can do this. And so first we just need to make a long kind of tube that would kind of be like a rib, I guess, or a box really. So let's grab a new box. Just clicking up here in the poly modeling shelf. I'm going to drag this up, and I'm going to stay in perspective mode just because this is going to take a couple different views. So I'm going to increase the subdivisions by going to polycube, and let's see which direction we want it in, the depth. So let's just crank that up, and then we can, we can, I don't know why it's stuck to that one direction there. That was weird. So just grab this and scale it in Z, and maybe we'll increase the subdivisions in the other axes as well. So you'll notice like when you start scaling something and you try to do this stuff, it goes crazy. So the proper way to do it, which it's kind of annoying, there has to be a proper way, is to use the depth values here. So once we do that and then we make changes, it should work just fine. So that's one little goofy thing about working with Maya. Okay, so let's maybe increase the subdivisions here. I'm just trying to give us enough geometry so that when we apply the deformer, I'm gonna hit 3 real quick to look. When we apply the deformer, change that to 2, it was a little too boxy. What I'm trying to say is when we apply the deformer, it will have enough geometry there and topology so it can curve properly. Okay, so that looks good. And so now when we go to the deform menu, go over to non-linear, I'm going to tear this off. And these deformers are super useful, and probably the bin deformer is the one I use the most out of all deformers combined. So even lattices or whatever else. And we'll learn about these others later on, probably in rigging. But yeah, so nonlinear, these are super, super useful and very simple. You can go through and experiment with these. But basically, when you click one, it'll create kind of like this deformer. Let me isolate select these so we can see it by itself. It'll create like this little deformer handle thing, and you can see it over here in the outliner. And it's just going to usually go up and down like this. So even though our piece of geometry is horizontal, it won't really care when you create it initially. So if I was to start to crank this one up, it's not going to be working the way it should. So, you can just simply rotate the deformer down to line up with whatever object you have. And then once you start adjusting it, it should work as expected. And it's super cool, and it's pretty simple, but there's handy controls like this. And if you wanted to save this and not have the deformer, of course, click the geometry here and go to Edit, Delete by Type History, and it'll save that out and delete the deformer. But we don't want this deformer, and I encourage you to just play around with the other ones. They're all useful in their own way, but the bin deformer is just, it's classic. It's hard not to use it on every project. So I'm going to go back to Isolate Select. And if we go over to the bin input here, and I'm going to middle mouse drag here in the viewport like I was doing earlier, you can see it's bending in kind of the x-axis direction, which is not what we want. So we need to rotate this thing. Check this out. You can just kind of experiment and play, and you could animate this, rotation. It could do crazy stuff. But anyway, for our purposes, we're using it for modeling to help us kind of dial in a rib. So I'm going to zero out those crazy values and get back to being more serious about this. So yeah, I'm going to flip this around 180 in the Y, and then I just need to rotate it down 90 in the X. So we have a rib, kind of. The bin deformer, you can, translate it around as well. So that'll, adjust kind of where the point it's scaling from. And it also has these inbound things, which I don't think will affect us as far as like the maximum they should be at, because they look like they're already to the maximum, right? Like you can see the little green dot here, hopefully. So if this was a super long thing, you might need to extend the bounds. But what we're going to use the bounds for is to kind of help maybe adjust. Let's see, let's scale this thing up, because this is like too aggressive of a curve, right? And we could, reduce this here, which is partly what we'll do, but we also need to maybe scale the deformer up because we want this to cover a greater area. And let's turn off isolate select so that we can see the reference. In general, everything's really too big. Let's go to the front view, holding down spacebar, left clicking in the center, and choosing front view. So if you try to start to move this stuff, it's going to get all crazy. And this may be the kind of effect you're going for, but what I like to do is parent the handle of any deformer under the geometry you're applying it to. That way, when you move the geometry, it should move with it. You can see the handle ends here are all moving around with it, and the piece is maintaining its deformation and shape. So the reason I'm doing that is because the ribs kind of come down like at an angle like this, right? And so we basically just need to kind of figure out where this deformer needs to line up with the ribs. And we can kind of move this around and do all this crazy stuff, but in general, it looks like it's all way too big. So I'm going to scale all this way down. And let's see, let's look at this first one. It looks like this first one's kind of like that-ish. And this can kind of get us in the ballpark, and then we can continue modeling on our own. That looks pretty close. I hit 3. I think maybe just the size of everything is too thick. Let's see. Yeah, it's not round enough. It depends on the shape of the rib that you want to create. But for me, this is kind of it's too uniform, right? It's a square. So we need to break that up. So I'm going to select a face here, and I'm going to select a face over there. So when I double click, it'll go between the faces I selected. I'm going to do the same thing here for the bottom part. So now I have those faces, and I'm going to control middle mouse drag them so that they'll move relative to their they move relative to their normals, which is the direction the face is facing. So I'm going to hit B and hold down Control again and just kind of push that. I think B might be the wrong thing to do because I think the normals of these things those faces are going in the wrong direction. So let me go back to 1. So yeah, it just looks like this stuff needs to be fixed because it's all crashing into itself. And so I'm going to turn on the edge slide transform constraint here. So I can just slide this stuff. Whoa, okay, that's freaking out. And it looks like I can't undo that now, which is always fun. So you get to see like real time what modeling is all about. I'm gonna scale this down. And actually, you know what I might do is just delete this, delete edge, and use the multicut tool. Yeah, so this is modeling. Sometimes Maya is not kind. So I'm holding down Shift to get to 50% and just remaking all of these. I wish I could remember what this went into. Let me back up and see what that went into. That star, okay. So just holding down Shift.
Oh, I want to go 50%. I want to end on that one. Hit enter. And we need to fix all this stuff as well. So yeah, this is part of modeling, is when Maya freaks out, doesn't let you undo. You know, you just kind of roll with the punches here. And it's this edge needs to be pushed back. Sure, for the bottom as well. So, you know, you don't have to do exactly what I'm doing. This is just kind of my best guess as to what would make the best shape here. You know, kind of rounding off the corners of the box. Actually, I want to do the control middle mouse drag here, because they're all kind of going in different directions, because it's a semicircle now. And you could make these adjustments before you applied the bend deformer, which might make all this easier. But, you know, if you didn't have that decision made before you started, it's no big deal. Like I'm showing you, you can just kind of keep going with stuff. And isolate it to that one. Just control middle mouse dragging. I'm gonna hit 3. And I mean, that looks kind of like a rib bone. I think the middle here is probably too thick still, but I like this, the difference we get, you know. Go back to 1. I think all of this stuff is too narrow maybe. So I'm gonna select that, hit B, hold R, scale out in this direction, maybe a little bit in that direction. Just making these little tweaks to get it back in the ballpark of proper rib shape. Something like that. But you get the idea. And the bend deformer is still applied, so we can adjust that later. I think we need some variation here on the vertically as well. So I'm just going to grab these vertices and scale them down in Y. Maybe let's increase the soft selection, not do that first one. I want to go further out here. Yep. I don't like that. Let's do the object space. So what I did just there was holding R and left clicking, you know, same kind of deal we've been doing. You can change the axis of the manipulator. So in general, this is kind of a bone shape, right? Let's go to the front view. Kind of looks like a rib to me. But yeah, you can keep messing with this, but this is the general idea. You could even, you know, extrude these faces, make the ends more bony looking, but I think for a rib, this is kind of, you know, it's a pretty simple shape. So one thing you can do now is to actually, once you finalize this, you could just duplicate this out and then just kind of slide it down. Let's go back to the front view. Slide this stuff down and then kind of keep making tweaks to each one. Or, you know, instead of it being the copy that you're dragging down, leave the copy where it's at because it doesn't have the deformer with it. So we've made that copy. And it says bend deformer, but it's not going to do anything because it's, you know, it's not connected to it. It just copied it just for copy's sake, and it didn't actually make the connection. So instead of dragging the copy down, why don't we drag this one down? And then we can continue
adjusting each one with the bin deformer. So we can go back to the bin deformer, change the curvature of this one a little bit. But I think, you know, for our purposes, let's go to the side view and see what this is looking like. Of course, we're way off. And I'm sure the drawing is not accurate whatsoever. It's kind of even hard to tell which one's a rib. The bottom, that one, this one. So I think it was like in here somewhere. So it looks like they're all too big in that direction because they need to connect to the spine. But you get the kind of general idea here. And we just want to have like an interesting shape. And yeah, so this is, you know, another thing we could do is add another bin deformer. So we have this copy. We could even do it to this one as well, but let me click this one and go bin deformer. And anytime I have a new bin deformer, I just crank up the curvature so I can see which direction it's facing. So then I know which direction to adjust the handles here. So I'm gonna go back to perspective. It looks like it's collapsing the volume of the thing. Hopefully it's just because of how much I'm curving it. Let's do something like this. Maybe we move this away. Let me go to the right view. Something like that. And then sometimes I'll just delete it and see what the difference is and undo the deletion. Sorry, my arm is hitting my scroll wheel on my tablet. So yeah, I think it looks better with the deformer. So I'm just going to middle mouse drag that onto itself and go back to perspective, and then just keep refining this stuff. You can see where, because that bin deformer, we collapse the geometry here. So I'm gonna go back to 1, choose faces, pull this stuff out, kind of keep modeling, doing what we've been doing, just making sure we're getting the shape that we want with everything. So yeah, in the next lesson, we'll continue modeling this stuff, but for now, you can just do this for this right side, and we'll mirror everything over here in a later lesson. So don't worry about doing it for both sides. Just focus on one side. So right now I'm doing the right side, and I'll probably model all the right side, and then we can mirror everything over to the left in a later episode or video. Cool. I will see you guys then. Thanks a lot. Bye.
In this lesson, we will model a sternum very quickly because I think we may need another rib. And before we make another rib and figure that out, I want to make the sternum because it should connect, you know, there seems to be kind of a gap here in the art reference, how all this stuff works here in profile. So it just seems like a large gap. So let's go ahead and model the sternum and we'll figure this out on the fly. I'm going to do some box modeling. So I'm going to go to the right view. And I'm going to go to the poly modeling shelf, click the cube, and drag that up. Now I can just middle mouse drag now that I've isolated that vertical axis. And I'm just going to get it in line here so that we can do some box modeling. And scale it down. And I think it'll probably end up connecting with the collarbone somewhere. Again, I don't know if this is all medically accurate, but yeah, for our purposes, I don't think it really matters all that much. It's a cartoon type of character. So I'm going to get to a point where I can grab this face and then go back to the right view so that now I can extrude the face here. And I'm going to try to go an even distance, you know, this section to this section, maybe like almost like a descending thing. But we want to make sure too that each rib is getting its own little section here. So I want to make sure I'm doing that. Just going to scale this up a little bit. Anytime I rotate a face, it can start to lose its volume a little bit. So always make sure whenever I'm rotating a face or edges that it's maintaining its volume. And I'm only trying to go in these two axes. I'm not trying to grab the middle one here because I could get it off of the kind of center where it's aligned to the center. So let's do one more after this one. G, one more time. Can I get this in line? I think that's kind of in the ballpark. Go to the edge mode. Just gonna make this kind of more rounded as it goes down. Probably gonna need an edge loop in here somewhere. So I'm gonna drag this up and maybe divide this one because it's such a large distance. I'm trying to find my custom tab and the edge loop tool. Something like that. And I'm gonna go to the component mode and double click on the edge. Now it should be a little more in line with where I'm trying to scale it from. Although it's hard to tell how the axes are oriented. Yeah, it's close enough. Cool. So this doesn't look like much right now, but we can use this now that we know where it's positioned in profile. We can kind of adjust this now for our front view. So I think the general idea with this is that the places where the ribs connect are going to be the widest parts. I get back to object space because we're going straight across. So something like this. And so we need to add a lot more edge loops in here to help connect this stuff. And actually I'm going to undo that one and wait until we get the bottom done. So yeah, I think we may need like one more little small rib up here. It's hard to tell with this collarbone. We can model that really quickly as well. And maybe this is going too high. It's, again, it's just reconciling the artwork with 3D. This is the hardest part of modeling, always. So don't get discouraged. This is as hard as it should be and is for everybody else. So yeah. Okay. So I'm just going in here and adding edge loops, and I'm dragging on the ends on squares. It tends not to let you connect the loops. So I'm just control clicking areas where I don't need it. And scaling these down. I think I'm in maybe the wrong, yeah, I'm in the wrong axis there. Scaling these down a little bit. And yeah, just going through, and it looks like to me that we're gonna need one more, but yeah. So the other thing, of course, we have at our disposal is extrude. Whoops. Shift double clicking should get you the edge loop of face. I'm gonna extrude this inward. Oh, that's freaking out. I'm just gonna scale it. And maybe push these down closer to the rib that it's inserting into. And get this one a little more in line. Same thing with this one down here. Hopefully you can kind of get the idea of what I'm going for visually at this stage. Go back to component and hope. Nope. We'll just move the edges. You can see how I'm moving between the different spaces pretty quickly. One tool is not always going to work and going to be your catch-all. You got to adapt pretty quickly and not get too discouraged about, something not working when you expect it to. It's always just problem solving. Oh, I think I grabbed the wrong edge. So yeah, not just in the kind of front view do we want to make these little in-between parts different. We want to do it in the side view as well. So I want to make sure we're adjusting those in every way. And you can tell right now, you know, I'm not really paying attention to the reference at all. I actually just turned that off because I got kind of the idea of what the reference is trying to do, and that was enough for me to try to make it work now in 3 dimensions. So if I hit 3 on the keyboard, this will kind of give me an idea of how much further I need to go with adding geometry to support this volume, which is, you know, you can see it shrink quite a lot when you hit 3 because there's no geometry here supporting this. So we'll need to add edge loops here. And I wait to do that because it's a lot easier to select edges when it's just, you know, this whole thing instead of this being divided into 2 or 3 edges. So I try to get, always when you're modeling, try to get the kind of big stuff done and worry about this smaller stuff after the fact, and only add geometry when you need it. Otherwise, you're going to create a lot more work for yourself, and it will make you a lot slower and you'll be more frustrated. So don't do that. Okay, just trying to make sure everything is lined up as well. And, you know, the thing with this is, like, when you model something, it's not done, especially with this stuff. So in general, the idea with this stuff is that we're going to have all the bones floating just to give ourselves our kind of a cheat almost, so that we don't have to worry about all these things intersecting perfectly. It's a cartoon, so, you know, that's and it's a skeleton on top of that. It's not like something that's believable that we see walking around every day. So that's why, you know, I think it's fine to have this stuff. That's why I think it's fine just to have this stuff just floating in space next to kind of the joints that it would be connected to. So I'm not getting too caught up in that. I don't think you should either. This is just kind of a good exercise with a good goal in mind to help facilitate learning this stuff. Because I know for me, if I don't have you know, a goal in mind, it's a lot harder to motivate myself to get going and learn something new. So that's kind of just the idea here. So don't be too hard on yourself when you're modeling this stuff and being super specific. That stuff will come later, the more you model. And I hope that you continue modeling or doing something in 3D, and that you find the stuff that you started doing, you know, you might not show anyone anyways, because you do it, you know, the longer you do it, you'll do better and better. So you only want to ever show your best stuff. So don't get too caught up in making everything perfect just yet, because you're still learning, and it's okay to not be, you know, 100% perfect on this stuff. It's just kind of the practice of going through the motions and getting comfortable with the software, and then later on getting more serious about it and taking a little more time. But at this stage of the game, you don't want to frustrate yourself to the point where you're not going to pursue it anymore. So try to keep it fun for yourself here and go easy on yourself. So I'm just kind of going through the model and trying to do the last little tweaks before I add any geometry. And let's also look at how this works. Let's just take, because I'm just thinking about the scapula, or the, not the scapula, the collarbone. So just to kind of block something in super quick to see visually the weight of this stuff, I think we might be good. The collarbone might take up enough room that, so what I'm thinking is it's going to point from the sternum to the shoulder, and holding down control there to scale, and that kind of isolated axis that we've done before. So I think 3 is actually fine. So let's continue with this and finish out the sternum. So I'm going to hit 1. And the first thing I'm going to try is just throwing down edge loops in the exact center. So we're going to go to the tool settings over here after selecting it, and go to multiple edge loops, and then just choose 1. And that will put it right in the center of whatever edge loop that we click. And if we hit 3 now, it should be a little thicker and have more volume. I have to hit Q to get off that kind of wireframe thing. Yeah, so this is good. I think the proportions of this thing can use a lot of work, which I'll do in between the next video. But the other thing we can do real quick, and when I say proportions, I mean like, you know, this one is way bigger than this one. It'd be nice to have it in an even kind of fashion in descending order. So I'll probably move this gap down closer to here so that this one is a smaller kind of chunk. And this indentation is maybe too big, or this one needs to be more. So that's what I mean when I say proportion stuff, you know, having this stuff all work together as one piece. And I'll continue to refine that stuff. But the last thing I would want to mention is also consider doing a bevel on just these edges to help kind of support this, and also maybe even give you the option of not using the kind of auto smooth feature in Maya. So I'm going to go to the poly bevel. I'm going to hit T, crank up the fraction. Probably, yeah, we're limited by something, but it's hitting some edge loop somewhere. Oh, because this is so close together, so the fraction can only be that big. We could space that out, like hit undo here and space that out, but I think this is pretty close to what I had in mind anyways. Let's hit, actually let's go hit 3 now. Yeah, and that kind of made this edge a lot sharper and stiffer. And if we actually use this in 3 mode, we can see how much sharper this edge can be. I might spaz out here when we get to 0. But yeah, so you can make this a super sharp edge depending on how close those edges are together. That just is all up to you. And it's something you can kind of change on the fly here. I kind of like it closer to the maximum to kind of keep a bony idea here, kind of smooth edges a little bit. But yeah, thanks for watching. And in the next lesson, we will kind of continue doing the rest of the body. I'm going to spend the time in between these lessons kind of finishing out the sternum and making it look a little bit nicer. That's just pulling stuff around. And yeah, this is coming along really well. Pretty much from here on out, the most complicated thing is probably going to be the hips and maybe the hands and the feet. But you know, the arm bones, I'm imagining us duplicating most of this stuff. And yeah, we're going to speed this up as we go here. Thanks for watching. Bye. Welcome to this video where we will model the right side of the body. So I'm going to speed this video up, and it's going to be mostly just watching me work because I'm not going to talk. Not going to show any new tools. I've taught you everything you need to know to be able to model the rest of this skeleton. So I don't want to bore you with me rambling on, trying to fill the time. So, but I did want to record me doing it just so you can at least see it if you're interested in that. If you're not and you think you have a good handle on everything, skip this video and watch the next one where I will show you how to mirror the right side to the left side. And you can just model this in your own time. But pretty much it's just going to be box modeling, and I'm going to do extrusions, and I might use the sculpting tools a little bit to make kind of the end of the joints here and bevel some edges of the box to round out to make it more bone shaped. Then I'm going to use a cylinder here for the hips, and kind of same idea for the hands and the feet. I'm going to generalize the palm here so we don't have to draw or model 20 bones in the foot and the hand palm. So these are going to be pretty general shapes, since this is a cartoon and not atomically correct anyway. So if you feel like you have a good handle on this, skip this video. If not, I'm going to speed this up now. If you're watching it in a player currently at 2 times or 1.5 times, you might want to slow it down to real time, because I'm going to speed this up for you, and so you can at least follow along if you're interested. If not, no biggie, and I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to this final lesson where we will mirror the right side over to the left. We have finished using the reference, and the two things I didn't model were the little ribbon bow tie thing here and the hat. And you know how you have all the tools basically to model those things yourselves if you'd like to do that. So what I want to talk about before we mirror this over is a little bit about rigging. And anytime something is rigged, a character that is, typically it's put in an A pose or T pose. A meaning the arm is rotated out here to the side, so the hand's over here. Or T pose, the arm is straight out in this direction. And that's what I'm going to suggest we go ahead and do before we mirror it, so that when we mirror it, it will be on the other side. So I'm going to select all of this geometry, Control Shift selecting it, and I'm going to hit Command G and hit W to bring up the manipulator. It's down at 0, 0, so we need to hold down D. And we can also, there's instead of holding down V, there's actually a centroid snap to projected center, which is kind of a newer snap tool in Maya. So I'm going to hold down D and middle mouse drag, and it's going to be in the center of that bone. And that's what it means by the projected center. Wherever we drag that, it's going to be in the middle of it. So we want it to rotate from there. We can hit F while our cursor is over the outliner, and that will frame up where that group is that we have already selected. We can call that arm R for right. You can see I named everything here with an R at the end of it, just so we can keep it straight on what is on the left and what is on the right. So now that we have that group, it's hard to select it, right? Like the group is just kind of invisible. Let me turn off the snap. And when we select the arm, we can't really select the group because it's not visible here. The group is kind of invisible. And we can only find it in the outliner when we hit F. And we can see that everything's parented underneath it. There's one way that we can get to it though. If we select one of the children of that group, anything in here, then we hit upward on the keyboard, it will go up one level, which means that will get to the group. If we were to do that again, we would get to the main group. You can see how this changes in the outliner here. So again, if we select something in here, we can see this is kind of gray, meaning we're selecting something inside that group. But if we want to get the group that it's a part of, we can just hit up on the arrow, and now we have it. So let's rotate this out 90 degrees. And let's also rotate it 90 degrees this way. It'll make it for a lot easier to rig in later down the course. So that looks pretty good. Now all we have to do is mirror everything over. But before I do that, actually, I'm going to go ahead and delete the history on these objects that have deformers still on them. So I'm going to go Edit, Delete by Type, History. Cool. So that's a lot cleaner, and we can mirror everything over. Next thing I'm going to do is actually group the leg. So I'm going to hit Command G, and before I do that, actually the foot is in its own group. I can see that over here. So when I select everything, I can see it's these four things in this group. So I'm going to Command click everything here and put all that into a group and have that be leg R. And so that is on the world center. And I'm going to get this right arm. I could group it again, which could be the easiest thing to do. And call that arm world. And world meaning just that's 0, 0 in the world. So we have this, we have the forearm, looks like it's an empty group. Let me look at this. We might need to delete some history. Nope, yeah, that was just an empty group. I think it's because we just grouped everything under this arm, so it got rid of the forearm group, which was never named here. We can call this, I don't know which one is which, but the two bones in the forearm are the radius and the ulna. I can never keep track of which one is which though, so I'm just going to take a guess there. So now we have the world group, we have the leg, and we have the ribs, and the ribs are also in the world space. And I think you can kind of see where I'm going with this, in that we can group everything and rotate it or scale it in -1. So I'm going to group these two as well. Just call this collarbone R. And I'm going to select all of this. And I can also group it one more time and say right side. And I can duplicate this now and call it left side. And I can scale it in the negative. And I want to be very exact with it. So I'm going to type it over here. I'm going to say -1. And now we have it on both sides. So we have a complete model now of the character. And the only thing that we can go in and change now is it says R on all this left side group. So a quick way that we can rename everything here is going to modify, search and replace names. So now with this dialog box open, we can simply just say _R and _L. So we're going to search for _R or replace it with _L, and let's just do everything and hit apply, and you can see it changed the left side to have the L here. So we can see that even everything in the group, everything below it also has L on it now. So that saved us a ton of time, and that's very useful whenever you're mirroring things over to have the right names before you mirror it so that you can do that easy kind of search and replace. So that wraps up this section on 3D modeling for the complete beginner's guide to Maya here. And I just want to end this with the last couple of things I'd probably change or update with this. I might adjust the hips a little bit. They're a little thin and not wide enough and a little too kind of basic. There's not a ton of interest here. Like it has one line all the way through here, so I might change that. The feet are a little big. I might change that. Other than that, I mean, it's a pretty basic model, and I think it looks pretty good for our purposes moving forward. And I think we're going to have some fun with it. Basically, also I want to give you an idea of what we're going to do with this model later is we're going to texture it. We're going to give it some Dias de los Muertos. I'm going to butcher that. The kind of coloring here on the face with flowers and those kinds of designs. We're also going to procedurally texture the Ghostbusters trap, and we're going to rig this thing so we can animate it in a scene later on. So those are all the things we're going to do now that we have a good understanding of modeling. In the next section, we're going to cover UVs and shading and texturing and how those things all are kind of interact. And also don't feel like, if you're watching this with the complete series, don't feel like you have to follow this in order. If you want to jump to animation, and you can look for the correct file name up here for the scene that you want to start in. And just go ahead and start animating or doing any of the other sections. You don't have to necessarily follow, one after the other, if that's how you'd like to watch it. But yeah, I look forward to seeing you in the next sections where we will continue to chip away at our knowledge on Maya and, congratulations on finishing this section. All right, thanks a lot.